but thank you. Good morning. We are live, and welcome to the January meeting of the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine System. We're very pleased to see all of you here, and want to thank President Edmondson particularly for hosting a wonderful meeting. This is great space. Last evening we had a dinner that was terrific and a tour of the Gorham campus, and really important to see that. And it looked especially pretty in the snow. So thank you for arranging that too. Before we begin our citizen comment, I wanted to make one quick announcement, and that is that we are working to facilitate Zoom access to citizen comment. We will continue to limit citizen comment to 1 hour because of the demands before us on our board meetings, but of course people can always write. We're working to try to figure out the logistics of that. We hope to be able to do it for March. I look at Beth and she starts to shake and quake. There's some technical issues, but we're hoping to be able to facilitate that. We'll create some rules around that, and I think probably continue to recognize people who are here in person before we turn to those in Zoom, but that's work underway. I also wanted to spend just a minute. We've received, as the board knows, a number of letters about the issue about our decision not to take up the students' 6 demands around the Middle East conflict. Lots of letters. We've read them all carefully, but it does strike me that there needs to be some clarification before we create this, open up for the comments. This has been a long, quickened process for us. In April, the students came before us and others and talked about divestment and their other demands and other issues. We met with the students. One of the things they asked for was a complete list of our investments in Israel. We provided that last spring. So that has been available to them since last spring. In November, again, we heard about the call for divestment and 5 other demands, one of which included ending all academic ties with Israel, including junior year abroad, students abroad. And we met, I again met with the students and had another very good discussion and made a decision. They asked us to put the issue on this agenda for January. They did that in November. And I think we all know as a board that the process for putting an issue on an agenda is a lengthy one. First, issues have to go through committees, and the 6 demands would have hit different committees. Some of them didn't fit in any of the committees. That committee usually makes a recommendation to the board that comes to the board for deliberation. Given the urgency of our students' interest and the fact that it didn't fit neatly into any one committee, we made a decision to convene the executive committee of the board to look at the request as one. The executive committee speaks for the board. It is 9 members of the board. It meets and works for the board, speaks for the board, and makes decisions for the board between board meetings. 12 board members were at that meeting. And we have affirmed today, I think, that this position of not taking up the requests of the students and instead focusing on our role as an academic institution to assure all sides are heard is the position of the board. So I just wanted to make that clear, and that this is a position of the board. I appreciate that some people will be asking us to consider it as the board. The board has considered it. This is our position, but we of course are open to public comment. So with that, and I won't eat into your hour, with that, we will begin the citizen comment with apologies in advance if I mispronounce your names. I'll do my best. Our first speaker is Stephen Cope.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Cope. I am a resident of Portland. My family is Jewish. My grandparents immigrated from Ukraine in the early part of the 20th century. My parents are firstborn generation Americans. I'm second generation. My parents met at the University of Maine in 1948. They both graduated in 1952 and married shortly thereafter. My father went to Harvard Law School and then served his country in the Navy during the Suez Crisis, and he then afterward became an instructor at the University of Maine Law School. My parents are still alive. They live a couple blocks from here, and what I say today is partly, in fact, mostly on their behalf. Anti-Semitism and other prejudice was a common event and factor, societal pressure in the 40s and 50s, both nationally and in Maine. The UN partition plan, which created the state of Israel and an Arab state, went into effect the year my parents were freshmen. The University of Maine extended an open and welcoming hand to my parents and many other Jewish students whose families had been devastated by the Holocaust. My parents flourished at Orono, free from any of the Jew hate and discrimination that we've witnessed. 75 years ago, your predecessors in office created an environment that protected all students despite what was going on in society. This Board of Trustees can and must defend that honorable legacy by refusing to endorse inherently anti-Semitic policies and preserving the independent spirit and freedom which has been the hallmark of the university. Your actions have long-term implications. My parents are evidence of that. You need to look forward and see what has happened and apply that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for reminding me that there is a 3-minute limit on all. We're trying to get as many people through this 3-minute limit, and we will hold that. The next speaker is Elaine Conahar, followed by Bill Linnell.
Good morning. My name is Elaine Kahaner. I grew up a few blocks from here, and if you ever want a description of sheep grazing where USM now stands, just ask me. I wrote the recent letter published in a local paper noting the wisdom of this board in rejecting the proposal by pro-Palestinian protesters to divest from Israel. There are so many ironies in life. One of them is that this group chooses to take sides in only this one among all of the tragedies, catastrophes, and conflicts in the world. 90% of wartime casualties are civilians. Why hasn't this group protested 500,000 Muslims killed in Syria by the Assad regime, or the 2 million Sudanese murdered by violence and starvation, or grieved for 40,000 Ukrainian civilians casualties? Here's another irony. In 1948, 800,000 Jewish citizens of Arab Muslim countries were expelled from communities where they had lived for centuries. Those nations are now, to use a term from Nazi Germany, Judenfrei. Many of these displaced people went to Israel. In contrast, the Palestinians are, from 1947 until today, still called refugees. Other Arab nations refused to absorb them, and they have refused every opportunity to make peace. In 1948, there were 1.9 million Palestinians. In 2023, there were 5.1 million. A near tripling of the population hardly equals genocide that Israel is accused of. Hamas cruelly and cynically attacked Israel on October 7th, knowing that a violated nation would respond, bringing harm to the innocent civilians they hid among. They were and are willing to sacrifice their fellow Palestinians, betting that the world opinion would quickly turn against Israel. The mantra, from the river to the sea, is a code phrase for the genocide of 7 million Israeli Jews. The best definition of wisdom that I have heard is intelligence plus experience. This board brought both of these to the decision-making. If the university acquiesces to the demands of a vocal but minuscule group with such prejudicial views, then fairness and excellence will be the casualties. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Linnell, could I suggest that people sort of line up? We have more people than we have time. So it's Bill Linnell and then Alan, maybe it says Levis.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. I'm Bill Linnell from Portland. If the name sounds familiar, I was active in the Closing Maine Yankee 12 years early as spokesman for Cheaper, Safer Power. I'm here today to support your decision to stay out of the talks of divesting from investments in Israel. To me, divesting would be picking a side, and that would require the time, resources, and job description of the United Nations. So I'll keep it brief. I'm asking you to please keep up the good work and just stay out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I knew that name was familiar. Alan Levis, followed by Rabbi Stephen Luft.
Well, first, I want to thank the trustees for the decision not to divest from Israel. My concern is the Jewish people have suffered enough from the Holocaust, pogroms, and persecution. Jewish people who returned to their homeland almost 2,000 years seeking safety from persecution, yet being persecuted by being in their own land. The Jewish people are not European colonizers. Jewish people have lived in the land of Israel for nearly 4,000 years. There's abundant archaeological evidence exists to support the claim the Jewish people are indigenous to the land of Israel from ancient coins, royal seals, and ancient text. It wasn't until the 7th century CE, a part of the Islamic conquest of the Middle East, Arab peoples began to settle in significant numbers in the land. The Jewish people have held a continuous presence. Even when the Babylonians and Romans destroyed the first and second temples, a portion of the Jewish population remained in Israel throughout the years of the Jewish exile. Small groups began returning to their ancient homeland in the late 19th century, joining the community of Jews who never left. Israel is not the aggressor. 1947 UN petition plan, the UN voted to create 2 states, one Jewish, one Arab. Since its establishment, the modern state of Israel has repelled multiple attempts by neighboring Arab countries and ongoing campaigns by terrorist groups to destroy it. The latest attempt on October 7th, 2023, by the terrorist group Hamas. Hamas attacked Israel on internationally recognized sovereign territory. For many years, there have been a multitude of rocket attacks against Israel from Gaza Strip, the West Bank, Lebanon, and Syria. And now just a comment from WorldNet Daily, which is a reputable news outlet. Michael Brown says, "It is true that the people of Gaza chose to elect Hamas as their leaders in 2006. It is true that an alarming number of Palestinians have no desire to see a 2-state solution. Instead, they want Israel-free Middle East from river to sea." That concerns me very deeply. And so I ask the Palestinians, will you recognize the state of Israel? Will you live at peace with the state of Israel and not put Hamas in as your government? I'm concerned about the persecution that's going on. I'm appalled what's going on in this nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Rabbi Luft, followed by Patty Friedlander.
Good morning, distinguished trustees. I'm Messianic Rabbi Stephen Luft from Kehillah, Portland Messianic Jewish Synagogue. I would like to encourage you and thank you today for your support of Israel and choosing not to take the bait of the BDS movement, as did the cities of Portland and Belfast. You will hear of hyperbole, propaganda, and false claims pertaining to Israel and the Jewish people. The best decision is an informed decision, so let me share some facts with you. Hamas supporters have long operated in the United States. Internal Hamas documents and FBI wiretaps introduced as evidence in various trials, in various federal criminal trials, clearly show the existence of a nationwide Hamas network engaged in fundraising, lobbying, education, and propaganda dissemination dating back to the early 80s. The network formalized its existence in 1988 when it created the Palestine Committee in the US. The committee's goals included increasing the financial and the moral support for Hamas, fighting surrender solutions, and publicizing the savageness of the Jews. This was the subversive efforts of terrorists to plant seeds of hatred and anti-Semitism deep within our nation. Those seeds planted many years ago are bearing fruit today, deceiving many and prompting the sympathetic ear of support. The only savagery realized is not by Israel or the Jewish people, but by Hamas, as witnessed by the October 7th unprovoked attack. Simchat Torah, when we were a people rejoicing in the giving of Torah. Do you know that Israel has had to defend itself 9 times since 1948, when they declared statehood? Each war provoked by others, not by them. So let me share some facts with you. I'm going to give you one scripture. Isaiah 66:8. Who ever heard of such a thing? Who has ever seen such things? Is a country born in one day? Is a nation brought forth all at once? For as soon as Zion went into labor, she brought forth her children. This verse was realized on May 14th, 1948. But even before then, the seeds for Israel's existence were planted. The Balfour Declaration of November 9th, 1917 was enacted. San Remo Resolution was
Can you please
ratified.
wrap up?
Yeah, thank you. And independence was declared on 1948 and affirmed by Harry S. Truman the day after. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Patty Friedlander, followed by Roger Clement.
Hello, and thank you again. Another voice thanking you for taking the stand that you have taken. It's in keeping with the founding fathers of this country, with the ideals of liberty and a respect for life. So I thank you for holding the position you have. The anti-Semitism of today is not surprising. It's written in a book, and many of you are probably familiar with this book. It's the Bible. And in the Bible, it presents God's story, the way that he wants it to play out. And it takes us from the beginning to the end. And when the devil fell, when he decided he wanted to be worshiped, it caused a battle to go on. And that battle is still going on today. And when God chose a people to show the world, bless you, to show the world who he is, of course, again, when you have that perspective of the Bible, the devil comes against that. Whatever God is doing, the devil tries to imitate, and he's the father of lies, but he comes against the things of God. So if God chooses a people, then the devil, from the beginning of humanity, just about, there has been this destructive force moving against the Jewish people because they've been chosen by God. And in response to that, God has said, he's made this statement, and please have ears to hear, because it's not my opinion, but he says, I will bless those who bless my people, and I will curse those who curse them. And in them, in the Jewish people, all the families of the earth will be blessed. And I just wanted to read one. So I'm not surprised that this is going on today, but God wins. Just to I'll take you right to the end of the Jewish people will not be wiped out. Okay. And this is just a way of showing the blessings. Of the 965 individual recipients of the Nobel Prize and the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences between 1901 and 2023, at least 216 have been Jews or
Thank you.
people. All right, yeah, they've added wonders to our economy, to our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roger Clement, followed by Marjorie Goldberg.
Good morning, trustees. Thank you for having this forum for us. My name is Roger Clement. I'm a graduate of the system, specifically 1991 Maine Law. Thank you, Dean Softly, for being here. I have 3 points. First, well, I'll start by saying thank you for the decision you made. I join with these other folks to say my opinion is that you made the absolute right decision for the following reasons: stewardship, mission, and being on the correct side of this issue and the correct side of history. You are stewards of the University of Maine system. I'm thankful for your stewardship. That stewardship and those that came before you provided me with an excellent education. There's financial stewardship. It is not in the financial interest of this university, which is taxpayer funded, to divest based on political reasons. Those investment decisions should be made based on economic reasons and what's in the best interest of the taxpayers of the state of Maine and the students that attend these institutions. Intellectual stewardship, it goes beyond financial. You're stewards of the intellectual integrity of the university. You're stewards of the reputation of the university. So these decisions should be carefully considered. I appreciate that you carefully considered it and came to the right decision, but I just want to encourage you to continue because I think you'll face pressure, as have other institutions, including the city of Portland, which unfortunately the city council came to the wrong decision on this and I think reflexively followed an evil ideology without giving it much thought. Mission. The mission of the University of Maine system is the pursuit of truth. This is from your own policies. The Board of Trustees, I'm quoting an excerpt from the policy on free speech. The Board of Trustees affirms that a fundamental purpose of higher education is free inquiry, the unfettered and relentless pursuit and dissemination of truth, and that within the academy, free inquiry is indistinguishable from one's freedom to inquire, present, discuss, and evaluate all matters relevant to the pursuit of truth without constraint or fear of constraint in the performance of one's teaching, research, publishing, or service obligations. If this board were to take a pro-Palestine position on this issue, it would be an incredible impediment to free inquiry and pursuit of truth by students here who are trying to form their opinions on these things, by faculty who may be on the other side of the issue. For that reason, this board has done the absolute right thing to stay out of this. Also, you're in keeping with your own policy on political matters, and this also is from the university's policy, which is that the university, it says this: because University of Maine system is funded in significant part by all Maine taxpayers, the system and its universities and individuals speaking or acting on their behalf must at all times remain impartial to such viewpoints being political, social, or religious views.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and thank you for the decision you've made.
Thank you. Marjorie Goldberg, followed by Mark Aronson.
Hi, my name is Marjorie Goldberg, and I was born in Maine, as were my parents, and have lived comfortably as a Jewish person in Maine, and am very disturbed during this period of time because of the Jew hate that I am aware of, both in Portland and in other parts of the state. I'm a social worker in private practice and have been paying taxes in Maine for over 40 years. And I want to thank the trustees for their decision not to endorse the petition about divesting and boycotting Israel. I think that this is a very, very difficult time for students who are attending colleges and the University of Maine because of the conflict that is going on in the war in the Middle East. I really appreciate the decision that you've made because I think it helps students to feel more Jewish students and Christian students and all students that don't agree with boycotting Israel and the petition. It makes it much more comfortable and to be in the university system and to feel accepted. And it's really important for all students to have the opportunity to make up their own minds about politics and social issues. And by by not endorsing this petition, you are allowing those students to be able to do that. And I just also want to say again that this is the first time in my life in Maine that I have had to deal with Jew hate and anti-Semitism. And I appreciate your recognizing that it's not okay for that to happen to your students or for any of the citizens of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Aronson, followed by Lisa Siciliano.
Good morning. My name is Mark Aronson. I'm a retired physician and surgeon living in Cumberland, Maine with my wife, Kathy. I am also a veteran, having served in 2 of this country's wars, and an alum of the University of Maine system. I'm here today to thank you all and express my gratitude to you for your bold and wise decision to not back a request by local student activists who wish to destroy the only democracy in the Middle East, that being the State of Israel, and millions of indigenous Jewish people trying to peacefully live there and prosper, along with peace-loving Muslims, Arabs, and Christians. These student activists are supporters of a US designated terrorist organization, Hamas, which coincidentally is a Hebrew word for violence. Hamas is also a proxy group supported by Iran, the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. Hamas is holding hostages in terror tunnels of Gaza, who are not only people from Israel, whom they grabbed during their invasion and butchery of men, women, and children in southern Israel in October of 23, but also many from the US and other foreign countries. As you may be aware, these terrorists have also created a living hell in Gaza for the Palestinians, whom they use as human shields as they take over homes, schools, and hospitals from which they fight against Israeli forces. I also would like to address the significant rise in anti-Semitism here in this country caused by the various protesting student and sometimes instructor-led groups. Never in my life did I ever think that I would experience this level of Jew hatred. I am certain that every Jewish person in this building today has been experiencing for the past 14 months the dreadful feeling of otherness and fear that this has caused. As a boy growing up in Portland, I once asked my father, who was also a physician and a Marine veteran of World War II, what he would have done had Hitler's Nazis ever invaded the US. He told me a story about when the information of the Holocaust in Europe was finally being published in US newspapers. A close Christian friend of his from Lewiston, Maine, said to my dad when they were attending medical school together in Boston, "Don't worry, Al. If that were to happen, I'd send you up to live in my hunting camp in northern Maine. They'd never look for you up there or find you, and the locals keep to themselves." Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Siciliano, followed by Nancy Melcher.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Siciliano, and I'm the pastor of a local church here in Portland called Portland House of Prayer. I'm not Jewish, but I lead a Christian church that supports Israel and the Jewish community. And I am just here to say thank you for your decision to vote not to divest from Israel at this time. Last October, I had the privilege to travel to Israel for 2.5 weeks during the Jewish holidays. I arrived in Israel on October 1st, as you may remember, was the night that Iran launched 180 missiles into Jerusalem. I was there when that happened. As the sirens began to sound, we were directed to quickly move into the bomb shelters of the hotel where we were staying. While the sounds were being heard of the missiles being intercepted by the Iron Dome outside, having only been in the country for a few hours at that time, it felt very surreal. We've all heard of the horrific things that have gone on there, watched the news reports, it's going on. And now I was so close, I could even hear it happening outside of the bomb shelter that was protecting us at that time. A week later was the first anniversary of the beginning of the war in Israel, October 7th, 2023. Everyone I talked to on both sides of the conflict while I was there wants this war to be over as much as the other person. I'm sure you've heard about the resolution by the Portland City Council to divest from Israel that happened last September. As a local pastor, I attend Portland City Council meetings to know what's going on in my community and to be able to pray. I was there that evening and I was one of dozens and dozens of people actually that spoke in opposition and in favor of the decision to divest. In the end, the vote was unanimous that evening to divest. When I returned from Israel in October, 3 days after I had returned, I attended another public Portland City Council meeting. I was so glad to hear our Mayor, Mark Dion, publicly apologize for his vote in that decision to divest. He went through the reasons, and one of them was the division that could create in our community, and among so many other things. I was so happy that he had the courage and took responsibility for his vote. So again, I came here this morning to say thank you for supporting Israel, the Jewish people, and not voting to divest from Israel during this time. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Nancy Melcher, followed by Eli Small.
Good morning. And I'm also here to thank you for exemplifying the definition of wisdom. And it was written many years ago in the book of Proverbs that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. I thank you for exemplifying wisdom. And I pray that you continue to do this in your very highly esteemed positions here in our community. God bless you.
Thank you. Eli Small, followed by Bobby Cope.
Excuse me. Hello, my name is Eli Small. I live here in Portland, Maine. I earned my bachelor's degree in history from the University of Southern Maine. I think it was in the year 2000, forgive me. I participated in the ETEP program during the academic year of 2001 and 2002. I then became a public school teacher here in the city of Portland for almost 20 years of practice. I finished my master's in teaching and learning from the University of Southern Maine, and I even went to South Africa in 2015 as part of the Leadership and Global Studies program here with the university. I'm a local taxpayer and I would say consumer of this program. During my almost 20 years of public school teaching of social studies, students would ask me what I thought all the time on controversial issues. And I always said, it doesn't matter what I think, what do you think and why? And I think that is something that I learned from this institution. And I think it's something that you as a board of trustees have practiced in not taking a position on the demands of a small minority, vocal minority. I don't want to use this time or this place to litigate the ongoing tragedies that are happening halfway around the world. I think free speech is the most important virtue here in America, and everybody has the right to their opinion. I respect that. Free speech does not license harassment. I must point out that there are innocent civilians that are being held hostage, and not one of the demands for those who believe in divestment spend any time talking about the release of innocent civilians. I reluctantly read some of Lisa Savage's blog. She's a notorious anti-Israel critic here in the state of Maine, and she believes in boycotting McDonald's. She has that right. And in her blog, she told her grandchildren, or she speaks of telling her grandchildren that she won't go to McDonald's. And they said, but other people in our family do. And I quote, "This was a good opportunity to explain that I don't control other people's choices, only my own." I think some of these people with their demands need to take Lisa's advice. They can protest all they want, but to make demands of others is un-American. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Cope, followed by Ryan McMahon.
Thank you. I'm Bobby Cope. I live in Portland. To each and every one of you, thank you. You may say, we're just doing our jobs. We're abiding by our guidelines. We're obligated to fulfill our duties, which of course you are. It's just that under the circumstances of the ever-expanding Jew hatred that we've seen growing in the world over the last year, your willingness to disregard the demands of such Jew haters is significant, and I'm grateful. I deliberately use the term Jew hate. Several months ago, I heard a scholar describe the origin of the term anti-Semitic. He said that during World War II in Germany, Jew hatred was considered to be not socially polite enough for that era. Anti-Semitic softened it. What I learned was people need to understand it is Jew hatred we are talking about. Jews know it, they feel it. Here are a few examples of recent hatred my family has experienced. After October 7th of 2023, I hung an Israeli flag alongside an American flag in the windows of my husband's office, Cope Law Firm, here in Deering Center, my lifelong neighborhood in Portland. Within a few days, the windows were spray painted with Jew-hating language. Then last September, the Portland City Council voted for the divestment. We were shocked. The effect this vote had on my husband was profound. He has been practicing law for almost 50 years. He's no delicate flower. That vote affected him like a death. The betrayal of Portland leadership struck him like a physical blow. He was despondent for days. Then we experienced more Jew hatred. I enlarged a letter and posted it in the window of his office. The letter, which was written by Rabbi Andy Bachman, articulated in no uncertain terms how despicable it was that the council had supported Hamas and their depravity. The letter included a picture of the hostage Hirsch Goldberg, who has since been murdered by Hamas. Then again, more Jew-hating language and imagery was posted on the windows, obliterating the view of the Israeli flag. The windows were spit upon. Am I living in Germany in 1939? What is happening around the world? Please hold your ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan McMahon, followed by Jeff Hodgkins.
Hi there, Ryan McMahon of Portland. I'm actually going to be reading some comments from Brian Dench, also of Portland, who couldn't be here this morning. Brian's comments are as follows. I write as a graduate of the University of Maine, JD 1975, to thank the board for its wisdom in refusing to adopt the demands of Israel-hating groups to divest in companies that do business with Israel. In a global economy like ours, there is no such thing as divestment in the first place, as all companies do business across territorial and national boundaries. Also, making ideological investment decisions is very poor stewardship of public resources. The university went down that path of in which companies it could invest. All companies will present some conflict with the ideology of some group. If you did what the outside agitators demand, you would next have to divest in all oil-producing companies, as their interests support Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, and state sponsors of terrorism worldwide. At least that divestiture would have the merit of condemning actual terror groups. But the most important reason not to bow the knee to these Jew-hating groups is that their demands are underlain by the genocidal river to the sea ideology that drives anti-Semitism worldwide and inspired the savage attacks by Hamas on October 7th, 2024. Thank you for your wisdom and yes, courage in standing up to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Hodgkins, followed by Carl Rostron.
My timer. Excuse me. Good morning. Thank you for holding this public comment period. Where shall I start? When I was growing up, this country was engaged in both a war and a genocide at the same time. And fortunately, I didn't have to go participate in it. We succeeded in the genocide of Southeast Asians, and we were defeated in the war. I see the same thing going on now with the sponsorship of my government. There will be no resistance to fascism at home without accountability for genocide abroad. People have been here talking about the inappropriateness or the wisdom of not taking up the divestment option. A friend of mine is a member of the American Historical Association. Just last week, they passed an overwhelming resolution, 478 to 88, condemning Israel for scholasticide. So, and that was after the executive committee had refused to do so. Amnesty International, we know what Amnesty International is, has identified Israel as an apartheid occupying state. I would also invite you and the other commenters to consider what news sources are you following? What are the sources telling you about the moral balance of atrocities on either side? I'll leave it at that because I'm close to running out of time. I'll finish by saying I've been writing to Congresspeople for the past year and calling them very intensively, trying to get them to move off the reflexive unconditional support for the vicious bombardment of Gaza. And to my surprise, finally, Senator King came through and voted for an arms embargo. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Roston, followed by Robert Aronson.
Carl Rostron, USM alumni, 2005. Please divest from Israel. Israel has been demolishing the occupied Palestinian territories for decades. To sample, 1999, Israel threatened the Palestinians if they declare independence with the timeline of the Oslo Accords, as they both signed on to, they would invade and depose the Palestinian government. Hence, the deliberate stonewalling and destruction of peace process led to the Second Intifada in 2000, a popular uprising of unarmed Palestinians met by disproportionate force with mass killings, random indiscriminate shootings, targeted killings, tank attacks, airstrikes against against the civilian population, infamously shooting children with tank rounds for throwing rocks, random killing Palestinian policemen at stations, bulldozing houses, water, electricity, infrastructure, schools, and hospitals, targeting ambulances with bullet holes through the windshield, killing drivers, targeting journalists, shooting children, and bombing the funeral gathering as well, and infamously starting the practice of preemptive retaliation, targeted killing of non-enemy combatants, justifying it with the claim that they will probably commit an act of violence in the future, all war crimes. U.S. citizen Rachel Corrie killed March 2003 in Gaza trying to stop home demolitions with the International Solidarity Movement, run over and backed up by an IDF bulldozer. Palestinians are constantly killed under what is called a ceasefire. Not until they fire back is it bewailed as a breaking of a ceasefire. Home demolitions are continually going on, farmland, water, infrastructure destroyed, if not by the IDF, then by Israeli settlers. B'Tselem reports through April 30th, 2008, there were over 4,700 Palestinians killed by Israeli security forces. How many wounded? Countless tens of thousands. December 2008, Israel invades Gaza and kills over 1,400 Palestinians, mostly non-combatants, including hundreds of women, children, police officers, and firefighters, wounding over 5,000, demolishes 46,000 homes, 34 hospitals, 214 schools, 58 mosques and churches, 100,000 made homeless, 80% of agricultural produce destroyed, equipment. November 2012, during a weak invasion, Israel kills over 175, wounds over 900, destroyed and damaged 2,100 homes, 52 places of worship, 25 NGOs, 97 schools, 15 health institutions, 14 journalist premises, 8 police stations, 16 government buildings, 11 political sites, 15 factories, 192 trade shops, water wells, and agricultural land. July 2014 invasion of Gaza killed over 2,000, wounded over 10,500, including 3,300 children, of whom 1,000 were left permanently disabled. 520,000 Palestinians in the Gaza Strip displaced, 25% of homes in Gaza City destroyed, over 200 mosques and churches destroyed. May 2021, invasion of 260 killed, 1,900 wounded, 610 children, 400 women, 58 schools destroyed, 28 hospitals and clinics, 113 internally displaced. Current invasion, over 46,000 Palestinians killed, over 100,000 wounded conservatively. The Lancet projects over 186,000 deaths, counting indirect deaths. Please divest from Israel.
Thank you. That was a incredible use of 3 minutes. Thank you. Robert Aronson, followed by Levi Walensky.
I'm a pulmonologist and intensivist, born and raised here in Portland, Maine, right up Brighton Avenue on Caleb Street. And I'm proud to say my mother was a graduate here from UMaine Pogo in the first class of family nurse practitioners. And she earned probably more degrees from this institution than her 4 sons, who all have postgraduate degrees. So I'll try to truncate this because of everything that's been said before. Let's see, let me address the case of Israel being accused of genocide. These accusations are preposterous. Israel did not ask for this war, but it's been hemorrhaging thousands of lives over the past decades from Palestinian Arab terrorism, to which Israel is now committed to stop once and for all. You may have seen the well-known editorial cartoon of a Palestinian Arab terrorist shooting at an Israeli soldier from behind a baby carriage. The Israeli soldier is shooting at the Palestinian Arab terrorist from in front of his baby carriage. And that picture speaks for itself concerning this conflict. As far as accusations of apartheid, they are also preposterous. Muslim, Christian, and Druze Arabs are involved in virtually every walk of Israeli life and have equal rights as similar to the Jews. They are doctors, nurses, lawyers, teachers, police. A Muslim Arab is even on the Supreme Court in Israel. I was very disappointed to hear of a distant relative of mine having written a book entitled Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid, which he circulated around Congress. It turns out my father's family are relatives of Jimmy Carter's. We're the Jews in his family. And despite all that Israel's been through with wars over the decades, they are an incredible industrial juggernaut. They rank number 2 and number 3 on NASDAQ. They rank number 4 among the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development as of 2022. And as far as the BDSers go, if they really want to practice their BDS protocols, they shouldn't be using cell phones because cell phones were invented in Israel with the company. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Levi Walensky, followed by Josh Rosenberg.
Dear board members, my name is Rabbi Levi Wolansky of the Chabad Jewish Center here in Portland. I also serve on the Religious Council here at USM and support Jewish students on campus in practicing their faith and celebrating their holidays proudly. I'm here today to express my strong support for the board's recent decision not to take positions on foreign policy matters. Acting on such demands would undermine the university's mission as a public institution. My experience working with USM staff has always been positive and accommodating. The staff constantly ensures that Jewish students have the resources they need to absorb their faith, and any concerns about anti-Semitism on campus have been taken seriously, which I deeply appreciate. It would be a serious mistake for USM to involve itself in international conflicts, as this would only create division within our local community. We are still feeling the effects of Portland City Resolution a few months ago, which caused an uproar both locally and nationally. Even the mayor later acknowledged that stepping into foreign policies matters was not in the best interest of its constituents. Additionally, action like these risk further marginalizing students in the current climate. A basic test for anti-Semitism is whether Jews are being treated differently from others. Singling out Israel, the only Jewish country in the world among all other countries that are involved in worse conflicts, is inherently anti-Semitic. Resolutions like this not only give a free pass to terrorist organizations, but also fuel the alarming rise of anti-Semitism around the world. I urge the board to stay focused on what benefits the students, faculty, and the broader USM community. Let us prioritize unity and positive engagement on campus. I encourage everyone here today to focus on supporting one another through acts of goodness and kindness. May we merit to see the day when there'll be ultimate peace in the world with the coming of Messiah. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Rosenberg, followed by Asher Reisman.
Good morning, Josh Rosenberg from Cape Elizabeth. I'd like to commend the University of Maine Board of Trustees for rejecting the petition to divest from Israel and companies that do business in or with Israel. I believe the university's position of neutrality and impartiality is in place for a good reason. If you consider for a minute if the board chose to override this policy and divest from Israel, then surely they must examine conflicts and policies of all other countries around the world to determine where else is worthy of divestment. If you're going to cave into the demands of a few loud voices now, then you should be prepared for the many more voices, including mine, that will insist that you divest from China, Russia, all the Gulf states, countries in Africa, Southeast Asia, places where actual genocide have occurred or where actual severe human rights abuses continue. I fully agree with Board Chair Riley's statement that to support the demands of those petitioning would, quote, compromise the critical role of our public universities in fostering understanding, discussion, and examination of complex issues through academic inquiry and research. Sadly, in both academia and in other circles here in Maine, that discussion and examination has been lacking. There seems to have been far too few honest discussions and debates about the Israel-Hamas war, the Israel-Palestinian conflict, and the broader situation in the Middle East. Instead, what we've seen is intellectual dishonesty that favors slogans originating from terrorist organizations over facts and an incredible willingness to avoid more complex discussion. For example, as others have pointed out, we've seen an absurd response where the city of Portland has divested from a bunch of companies with which it doesn't even do any business. Instead of this approach, why not foster that examination and discussion that the chair has suggested? There are many aspects of this conflict, Israel's ongoing war with Iran's other proxies in the region, or the history of the Israel-Palestinian conflict that could be discussed or debated. This is something the university should pursue, not divestment. Finally, just a few lessons learned from other colleges and universities that have tried divestment. Divestment disregards the legal and fiduciary responsibilities and puts the university system at a significant risk and exposure. It's incredibly difficult, basically impossible to implement, as others have previously pointed out. And in this case, it will exacerbate the rise of anti-Semitism on campus, as we've already seen. So in conclusion, I'd just like to again thank the board for making the right decision to reject this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Asher Reisman, followed by Karen DeVries. Sorry, I can't read it.
Good morning. I'd like to address a few claims made by previous members, people who've been public comment. First is there was a claim that 90% of deaths in war are civilians. It took about 5 seconds of Google to show that this is a commonly repeated myth. Although civilian deaths increased in the 20th century, the International Red Cross estimates conflicts to range from 30 to 65%. Another one was the claim that anti-Semitism, the term itself, originated in the Second World War. This is false. The term originated in the late 1890s, coined by a man named Wilhelm Marr. And the Germans had no problem using expressions like Judenhass during the war. Someone just said that divestment is impossible. This is proven false by the university's own history. We divested from South Africa. Fundamentally, here's a question. You cannot say that divestment from Israel is somehow impossible or inherently prejudicial, and say that if you say that, you have to also admit that your predecessors made a profound mistake by divesting from South Africa. Several people have claimed that there is no apartheid in Israel, citing the fact that there are Arabs who have Israeli citizenship. This is not what we mean when we talk about apartheid. We are talking about conditions in the West Bank primarily, where you see significant illegal, under international law, settlement and the occupation of that land that severely impacts the ability of Palestinians in the West Bank to exercise their liberties. There's also a claim that, let me step back for a moment. This board, in framing its decision not to take up this question, said that it is not taking a position. This, I'm afraid, is nonsense. You have a position. You are literally invested in the status quo, a status quo that, according to the following groups, is a genocide. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, several or at least 2 agencies of the United Nations interested in the topic, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, and Pope Francis. All have said, gone on the record, that this is a genocide, or more consequentially, that the situation must be approached politically and legally as though it were. I also wish to address this question, this idea of Jew hatred. I am a Jewish American. Most, with the exception of a young rabbi, all of the Jews who have talked to you about this are, not to point out the obvious, over 50. If you look at polling, young Jews, it's much more divided. This is a question within the Jewish community that is complex, that is, drawing on different sets of Jewish values, different interpretations of the meaning of our history and the religious ideas that we inherit. To simply dismiss us as terrorist stooges is absurd. One of the most powerful lobbies in the United States is the Israel lobby. It's not Hamas. That is ridiculous, misinformation.
Thank you. And next is Willow Cunningham. Following, I'm sorry, I can't read your first name.
My name is Kaya DeVries. Okay. I'd like to start by addressing some claims first that Israel is not an oppressor and that it's the only democracy in the Middle East. In the West Bank, Israel controls the flow of water, so Palestinians do not have free access to their own water, and they also do not have the right to vote in Israeli elections. They're permitted what averages about 83 liters per day of water, which is less than the World Health Organization recommends. So just wanted to point that out to start. And I am here to comment on the choice of the Executive Committee not to advance the demands set forth by Humane Jewish Voice for Peace as an agenda item. demands which include discontinuing partnerships with companies that equip Israel with weapons and other technologies, both of which have been used throughout the last year to relentlessly target and kill Palestinian civilians. It is clear to anyone paying attention, witnessing the suffering, the starving, and rising death toll of Palestinians while Israeli soldiers boast of their killing online and receive warnings from the IDF not to travel abroad, fearing prosecution of war crimes, that the weapons being provided to Israel are being used unethically. In Gaza, they have been used to target residential areas, hospitals, schools, and so-called safe zones, as well as the brave journalists who attempt to document these atrocities with no evidence of underlying terrorist activity ever being found, documented, or published. With the recent proposal by Biden of an $8 billion arms sale to Israel, which includes the sale of bombs, missiles, and artillery shells, we have seen that this administration, and perhaps most American politicians, and maybe even much of the public, have abandoned the Palestinian people. But I'm here because I have not, and I will not let my tax and tuition dollars fund this occupation in silence. The board claims that they don't want to take a position on foreign policy, but by holding these investments in companies operating in Israel and companies producing weapons for Israel, the University of Maine system profits off of the displacement and death of Palestinians. Holding such investments, especially in companies producing weapons, suggests approval for the actions that the Israeli military has been taking, and it certainly does benefit them. I urge the board to reconsider the holding of these investments as a neutral act. Without investors, these companies would be forced to reconsider selling weapons to a country accused of war crimes or operating on illegally occupied land. Since last meeting, Amnesty International has concluded that Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza. I want to remind the board that we are only asking to divest a very small proportion of combined UMS portfolios, an act that would help clear the name of the University of Maine system from complicity in the war crimes and genocide being carried out in Gaza. Alternately, remaining invested, we will continue to profit directly from the abuse of Palestinian people and illegal occupation. I came here today because I hope it is a step I can take towards stopping the abuse of Palestinians under Israel, and I want to encourage members of the boards as individuals and within your role to do what you can to stop suffering when you see it. In this case, I believe the strongest tool we have for this is divestment, not merely discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Willow Cunningham, followed by Brendan McQuaid.
All right. Hi, I'm Willow Cunningham. I'm a grad student at UMaine Orono. I'm here to argue in favor of divestment. But first, I'd like to clear some things up that I've seen from my fellow citizens here. Our issue is with the state of Israel, not its people. If you don't know the difference between taking issue with the actions of a state and the actions of its people, I'm terrified for our future in this country. Like, that's awful. Please understand that difference. There's nuance. And finally, I believe in fighting for peace. I believe that I am trying to reduce the amount of suffering in this world. I hope you all believe that too. And on the assumption that we're all trying to make suffering go down in the world, I hope you hear me out. So I'd like to provide the board with some information on the crime against humanity of apartheid and how that applies to our university's investments and our history of ethical investment in response to it. In response to South Africa's apartheid regime in 1973, the United Nations defined apartheid as a crime against humanity and a violation of its charter. Now, anyone who's been keeping a close eye on the actions of the state of Israel might notice that there's a lot of similarities going on. The legalized segregation and discrimination against Palestinians in occupied Palestine has been identified as apartheid by the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. Back in July, the International Court of Justice went as far as to issue an opinion that Israel is in violation of Article 3 of CERD, which includes apartheid. So the reason that this is important is that in 1982, our Board of Trustees voted to completely divest from all companies that have operations in apartheid South Africa. As the fourth university in the nation to divest at that time, we were leaders of a boycott campaign that helped topple that unjust and inhumane regime. The basis for that divestment was that apartheid conflicts with the values of this university and that corporate investment is part of the problem. This sets an honorable precedent that gave me pride as a UMaine student and trust that our institution was capable of upholding its values. Imagine my dismay when, after months of petitioning the board, last semester the executive committee decided to completely ignore the issue of our current investments in Israel despite its ongoing and extremely well-documented crimes. The committee stated that the board's role is not to take a position on foreign policy and that they're trying to stay in their lane. But you actually currently have a position on this particular case. Holding investments in a state that daily commits crimes against humanity is holding a position, a financial position. You're supporting it. And you already have a lane that you've drifted out of. You already set a precedent for divesting from apartheid in 1982, so you should stay in your lane by divesting from Israel today. So what are you waiting for? Another 10,000 Palestinians to be shoved into unsanitary prisons? Another 17,400 children to be slaughtered in cold blood? The magnitude of injustice in Palestine is unfathomable, and by continuing to hold positions in the state and corporations responsible, you make us complicit. Trustees, apartheid is either right or it's wrong. It either conflicts with the values of our university or it aligns with them. You do not get to pick or choose which apartheid regimes you support. Thank you.
Thank you. Brendan McQuaid, followed by Jamie Isaacson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brendan McQuaid. I am the chair of the criminology department at the University of Southern Maine and a employee of the UMaine system. I'm here today to urge the board to take immediate action in response to the student-led position to disclose and divest from companies complicit in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. While I'm here making this statement as a private citizen, I'm motivated by the same ethical and political commitments that led me to dedicate my life to education and scholarship. The atrocities in Gaza, mass death, The Lancet, the world's premier medical journal, estimated nearly 200,000 Palestinian deaths, attacks on hospitals and the collapse of the healthcare system, scholasticide or the systematic destruction of academic and cultural institutions, and forced displacement of millions are among the gravest crimes against humanity in modern history. These acts are not merely violations of international law. They represent a fundamental assault on the principles that underpin the liberal arts and inform our shared mission as educators and citizens of a liberal democracy. To ignore or equivocate in the face of such overwhelming evidence is to abdicate our moral, intellectual, and civic responsibilities. To conflate criticism of state crimes and genocide with anti-Semitism or support for political violence is craven intellectual dishonesty. The criminology department is committed to the study of deviance, including elite deviance, the systematic abuses of power that perpetrate violence as a mass scale. And as an aside, I'm preparing to teach 2 sections of white-collar crime next semester. The role of companies such as General Dynamics, RTX, Lockheed Martin, and others in manufacturing weapons used to carry out these atrocities places them at the very heart of these crimes. The UMaine system's financial investment in such companies tie our institutions to this destruction, making divestment not only a moral imperative, but a necessary step to uphold the ethical integrity of our academic community. So for me, this is a professional obligation. USM's criminology department has a unique, critical, and international focus. The ongoing genocide in Gaza is a war crime broadcast in real time. To me, this is not a political statement. This is just following through with the values of liberal arts. There is a value orientation to our institution. It is secular humanism, a belief in reason and science, a search for the truth, a concern for material life, a commitment to justice and fairness, a belief that another better world is possible. While some equivocate, it's complicated, the matter seems quite clear to me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Jamie Isaacson, followed by Lucas Bent, followed by Julia Harper.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Isaacson. I'm a Jewish resident of Maine, growing up in Auburn. I want to express my sincere gratitude to the trustees of the university for resisting the pressure to divest from Israel and partnerships. Anti-Semitism has always existed. It has continually lurked below the surface, waiting to resurface. Since the 2016 election, and especially after October 7th, there has been a significant shift in attitudes towards Jews, both in this country and around the world. Right-wing groups have felt empowered in the wake of October 7th. Anti-Semitism has surged. Pro-Palestinian groups often assert that they are not anti-Semitic. However, the phrase river to the sea is part of Hamas's mission statement, which seeks the annihilation of all Jews. If you visit the Maine Democrat Socialist website, they have a working group dedicated to From the River to the Sea. A few months ago, I attended a Palestinian protest to see what it was like in Monument Square. There I saw a young man holding a sign that said, "From the river to the sea, love Hamas, hate the Jews." If aligning with Palestinian groups does not indicate anti-Semitism, I don't know what does. There has to be a better way to deal with this than through hate. And I invite everybody through education to try to work on this problem. Thank you.
Lucas Bent, followed by Julia Hopper.
Good morning. So I'm a UMaine student here with UMaine Jewish Voice for Peace. On October 1st, 2024, we submitted our letter of demands to this board, backed by a swath of other students and student organizations. As has been detailed by my fellow speakers here today, please keep in mind that none of these demands are unprecedented. In fact, they align with global precedent, local precedent, including the city of Portland, and even precedent from this Board of Trustees itself to act against humanitarian wrongs, to divest from and speak out against such atrocities as apartheid as defined by international authorities, and as this board itself did in 1982. And this makes sense. If a state which you've previously supported is found indisputably to be responsible for apartheid, is it okay to keep supporting them? I'd hope we'd all agree that the answer is no, of course not. Continuing to support such a state would be to take a side. Supporting them would be supporting violent oppression, and that's blatantly immoral on its face. On December 17th, the executive committee of this board met over Zoom. In that meeting, they reached consensus to deny the opportunity to have a vote today on any of these demands. Chair of the board, Trish Riley, led that discussion, summarizing our demands as us asking the board, and I quote, to take a position on the Middle East. On July 19th of last year, the International Court of Justice issued an opinion in which they declare that the state of Israel is in fact responsible for unlawful occupation and apartheid in Palestine. As we've heard from other speakers today, they are not the only authority that has done so. Also to this day, the University of Maine system has around $1.6 million invested in companies which provide weapons, technology, and business to the state of Israel, who right now profit from that system of oppression. So are we asking this board to take a position on the Middle East? No. UMS already has a position backed by those $1.6 million. In line with BOT precedent, UMS values, and common sense morality, we are asking the board to revoke their existing position. Let me repeat my question from earlier. If a state which you've previously supported is found to be responsible for apartheid, is it okay to keep supporting them? You, our Board of Trustees, have taken a position here. The Executive Committee's decision to deny even a vote on any of our demands today is action through inaction. It is this board's recommitment to its position on the Middle East. Trish Riley describes this position as, and I quote, staying in our lane. Apparently, staying in our lane means putting our money towards apartheid. There is nothing neutral about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Harper, followed by Coulter Spearsmith.
Members of the board, thank you for your service. My name is Julia Harper. I am a mom and an Orono alumni. This is my first time I've ever felt compelled to address the board, and the reason is very serious. Right now, there is a genocide happening, and my alma mater is directly profiting from it through its investments. You as the trustees, through your duties outlined in the charter and the UMaine system, the charter of the UMaine system, as well as your policy manual under fiduciary responsibility, have the direct authority to provide oversight and guidance on these investments. and I'm here to strongly urge reconsideration of the EC December 17th decision not to take any further action on the divestment demands of students and faculty. I've been watching the Gaza genocide unfold in real time on my phone for over a year. Almost every day, it occurs to me that I've just witnessed the worst thing that I've ever seen. One such story is the 19-year-old Palestinian software engineering student, Shaban al-Dalou, who just a few months ago was filmed burning alive, screaming for help with an IV drip still attached to his arm. Shaban was killed along with his mother and others in an IDF bombing of a tent encampment of displaced people outside of a Gaza hospital. Today, all 12 of Gaza's universities, including the one that Shaban studied at a year ago, had been destroyed by the IDF. Part of 80% of all schools destroyed, part of what the American Historical Association has condemned as a scholasticide. While I am glad that the board has disclosed investments, I am greatly dismayed at what I've heard as this position that the university system has to remain neutral. As many other speakers have just stated, the humane system is already complicit in this humanitarian crisis. Spending money influences the way the world works, and by intentionally keeping system investments in weapons manufacturers and other companies identified to be knowingly profiting from Israeli apartheid, occupation, and genocide, the humane system has actively already chosen a side. In fact, the only way to become legitimately neutral, if that is important to trustees, is to divest humane system holdings. In addition, no one is asking trustees to silence debate on this matter. The university can divest and still be a safe place for rigorous debate among all members of students and faculty. In fact, to help encourage safety on campus, the student demands include humane system adopt the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism to provide a usable, concise, and historically informed core definition of anti-Semitism with a set of guidelines. In closing, please consider how divestment is imperative, especially if you are concerned with neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you. Coulter Spearsmith.
In 1982, this university chose to divest from apartheid in South Africa. But apartheid still exists today in the West Bank, where the Israeli government and private, well-armed Israeli settlers move into the West Bank, seize land and farms and homes from innocent Palestinian civilians, evict them without choice or compensation, and build Jewish-only settlements on that land. Palestinians are not allowed to live in the settlements built on their land. They do not get the voting rights or the legal protections piped into those settlements. They do not get the water or the movement rights that these settlers enjoy. Palestinian prisoners are tortured and they are raped by Israeli security forces. Israeli settlers attack their Palestinian neighbors. They drive them off their land, they burn their farms so that the settlements can claim yet more land. And the Israeli military watches and sometimes actively supports it. This is the definition of apartheid. You could not imagine a clearer instance of apartheid. This is also obviously a violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention, Article 49, which explicitly states that you cannot move your civilian population into occupied territory, precisely to prevent this. This is not a matter of security. Why would moving your civilian population into occupied territory help security? It hurts it. This is an explicit attempt to drive Palestinians out of Palestine and replace them with people that will be loyal to the Israeli government so that when some final peace agreement is reached, the Israeli government can claim as much land in the West Bank as possible. That is called ethnic cleansing. Israel has a right to exist in peace and prosperity within Israel, within its internationally recognized 1967 borders. It does not have the right to conquer foreign countries and commit apartheid and ethnic cleansing in them. Do not tell me that this university left its conscience in 1982. Our forefathers did great things then. We must do great things today. We must stand up and fight against the injustices that threaten us in our time, because we are not worse than those people. We must live up to their legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. We did extend we broke our new rule of 1 hour. We did extend the time to make sure that we had equal opportunity for perspectives to be heard. In the future, I think what we'll try to do is get a sense of who wants to speak about which, so that we can go back and forth between parties when there is disagreement. We thank you all for your comments. I think it's quite clear that the discussion today reinforces the value and mission of this university to assure a place of free inquiry and learning on issues that are so extraordinarily compelling as this one. And while I know we all share in a deep, deep sense of horror of the atrocities in this Middle Eastern war, clearly we need to come together here and everywhere to try to address what has been the challenge of a lasting peace there. So we thank you all very, very much for your comments. And we will take a 5-minute break and come back and hear from President Edmondson. Thank you all very much. reconvene? Can we reconvene, please? Calling all trustees. We're reconvening in 1 second. Thank you all, and thank you for your patience. The public comment period is very important for us in these public meetings. But we are back on to our full agenda, and I want to welcome President Edmondson for a presentation about USM.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I also want to thank you for spending time with us on the Gorham campus yesterday. We have just, I think, an amazing university structure, and I'm in my 3rd year as president here. I love this place, and I love the people who are here, and I'm really proud that we get the opportunity to have you enjoy our campus and to learn more about the work we're doing. And so I am going to introduce Vice President Natalie Jones, who is our Vice President for Human Resources and Workforce Development. You may remember that about a year ago, Vice President for Workforce Development, Jean Paquette, retired from the university. And as we do with every retirement or any time a position is vacant, we take a look at that portfolio and we try to decide if it can be reallocated in some ways. And so in this case, we did not replace Vice President Paquette's position. Instead, we redistributed the portfolio. That redistribution meant that we were moving workforce development and professional development programs into Vice President Jones' portfolio. Vice President Jones has been at the university for 9 years as our Vice President for Human Resources. But what you may not know is that prior to coming to USM, she had a very extensive and successful career in the corporate world. She holds an MBA. She's worked in executive leadership, management, nonprofit organizations, and has done a lot of work with workforce development. And so I couldn't be more proud of the work that's been accomplished in our Center for Career, I'm going to mess this up now. The Center for Career and Student Success here at the university. We are here in the McGoldrick Center for Student Success, and I do hope that you will take a look at the space that's just outside of our doors during the breaks. We have staff there who are willing to talk with you about the work that's happening. And so without further ado, and in the interest of time, I could go on and on about the work that's happening in this space, but I will let Vice President Jones take over and share with you what we're doing. And you will find that she just beams about this work. So I'm really excited for you to hear from her. Thank you.
Thank you, President Edmondson, and good morning. It is, can you hear me? Ay. 5-2. Good morning. It is a privilege to speak with you today in this beautiful building, which I thank you for supporting, and where the Career and Employment Hub resides. I am joined today by a few members of my team and some of our amazing students. Several years ago, I was part of a team that envisioned this unit and named it the Hub. We imagined a vibrant space humming with activity where, in addition to our excellent professional staff career advising, our students could actively engage in career exploration and job readiness programs. And how employers, faculty, staff, and alum could connect with our students and do that work with them here. And that is exactly what we are doing. We have many goals, and in the interest of time, I will only talk about 2 of them. First, strengthening social networks for all students. I remember, albeit several decades ago, wanting to work for a company and being told that the only way to get a job there was if I had a family member or I knew someone there. Believe it or not, that holds true today. According to research, 85% of jobs are held in the hidden market, which means they never go out to full search. They are instead filled through social networks. The majority of our students must build their social networks from scratch, and that happens here. We create intentional opportunities for employers, alum, and students to come together and connect in innovative and creative ways. We partner with and listen to our employer community. They inform our work. And while our students are building and strengthening their social networks and their confidence, they are building and developing skills and becoming career ready. Another important goal we are focused on is college level occupations at time of graduation or shortly thereafter. Why does that matter? Every economist in the room knows this. Graduates who start out in a job that requires a college degree rarely slide into underemployment. 5 years out, those graduates are still typically in a college level job or occupation, and 86% of them, 10 years out, are still in college level occupations. Sadly, 73% of grads who start out underemployed remain so 10 years after graduation. We want to help our students avoid that. Today, we will share a few of our innovative programs and initiatives that will help us help our students meet those goals. Let's start with our Manager of On-Campus Student Employment, Haley Rice.
Thank you, Natalie, and good morning. Every year, the university hires over 750 students in more than 1,000 jobs across 70 or more departments. Nearly 2/3 of those students are funded through federal work study, and the remaining third are funded through other means such as university funds and grants. We treat on-campus employment as real jobs for student employees that yield benefits to both the student and the university. For example, students earn income that helps with educational expenses. They have the opportunity to network with faculty and staff. They get the chance to meet peers and develop new friendships. It offers more flexibility than traditional off-campus jobs. We prioritize students' academics and work around their schedules. Students at USM also have additional supports that the university has to offer, so their supervisors are able to help them navigate those resources. And in many positions, students also receive professional development and mentorship. Not only does student employment support students' professional development, it also has a positive impact on academic performance. For example, national data shows that students who work between 10 and 20 hours per week perform best academically. And that is what we aim for, especially during the academic year when classes are in session. And students who work on campus are also more likely to retain and persist to stay on track for graduation. So our students work in a wide variety of roles across the university. Just to name a few of those, they are assistant coaches, learning assistants, tutors, cybersecurity ambassadors, writers, photographers, and broadcasters, and the list goes on. It is through those experiences that our students build confidence and cultivate career readiness skills. Many of our departments even incorporate the National Association of Colleges and Employers career readiness competencies into their positions and work to cultivate those skills into our students. We also encourage supervisors to write reference letters for students to use later after graduation when applying to jobs. These can really underscore the skills that they learned and demonstrated while student employees at USM. Coming this spring 2025, our office is also developing a professional skill building onboarding course through Brightspace, which will include a variety of topics such as professionalism, communication, embracing learning opportunities, etc. So many of our students come to USM interested in working on campus, but they don't know where to start or they don't know how federal work study works. So to address this, we developed the Campus Employment Connection program, which essentially prepares students for on-campus employment before they even have a job in hand. So through this program, students come and meet with us in an informal setting and complete pre-boarding activities, including orientation and training. During that orientation, our team learns about what types of jobs students might be interested in and their goals. And then we work to facilitate and match students up with jobs that align with those goals and interests. This way, once the student does have a job in hand, they can get started straight away. And the benefit of that is that the department doesn't have the administrative burden of hiring a new employee, which allows them to focus more on developing new positions and hiring more student employees. These programs ultimately form connections with students, which allow us to help them explore their options. So even if a student finds at this time that an on-campus job isn't for them, it still allows us the opportunity to make a warm introduction to the Career and Employment Hub and all the other resources available to them. Finally, another opportunity for students interested in working on campus to consider is on-campus gig employment. So on the screen, you'll see one department's quote from this previous gig employment opportunity we did this fall with the art gallery. They needed assistance with an exhibit on short notice, and the call for student gig workers for this project generated more than 30 applications in just 2 days. So what are these gig employment opportunities? They're short-term project or event-based, and they can last a month, a week, or even just a day. But they do not require students to commit to anything beyond just that. We believe that wherever we can incorporate students into these projects and events, our events are always improved. So as we've seen, on-campus employment offers incredible benefits for students, offering flexibility, meaningful experience, as well as a stronger connection to campus life. And it very much is a win-win for both the student and the university. So to explore another resource here at USM that supports student career success, I will now hand it over to Dr. Andy Osheroff, the director of the Career and Employment Hub, who will introduce you to the Hub's very own peer career guides.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Osheroff. And before I jump in to talk about the Peer Career Guide program, I'd love to share a short video. And I think we're able to do that. That's the one.
The Peer Career Guide program is made for students by students. We have one-on-one student appointments where we get to talk as peers on resume building, development, as well as cover letters and other career opportunities.
A lot of times, I'd say a big chunk of our students that we meet with have never written a cover letter. They either don't have any resume or they haven't written a resume in several years.
We found through our own research, employers only take 6 seconds roughly to look at a resume. And so it's our job to help that student amplify themselves as a candidate.
We meet with students wherever they are.
As a first-generation student, this process and program has been really helpful. They helped me build my resume from scratch.
Getting that help with the resume gave me a strong foundation.
And we additionally are always working with students on how they can make their resume stand out, make sure it's up to like current employer standards.
It is something I would recommend to any and all University of Southern Maine students.
When I help students with resumes and cover letters, they
feel more confident about their job experience too. It'll make the whole process less overwhelming.
We help any kind of student that has been affiliated with USM.
We meet with everyone.
And so you really get to prepare the student and, yourself going through all of these resources for post-grad.
All right, great little video there. Let's see, can we go to the next slide? Perfect, thank you. So our peer career guide program is designed as a gateway for students who otherwise may be intimidated to work with a professional career advisor. These are students, undergrad and graduate, that are readily accessible to the rest of the student body. And we not only train these students in-house, but I think this is the secret of the program, is that we bring employers to provide ongoing training to these students. And this is a win-win. So the peer career guides themselves get to learn about what exactly is being sought in the workforce. And employers have the opportunity to share what they're looking for, and also to share a little bit more about their organizations and what makes them special. And this knowledge then can spread throughout our student body. And the impact has been pretty substantial. So this is a representation of our appointments over the span of this program, which now just ended its third semester. And you can see that we have nearly had as many one-on-one appointments this semester as we did all of last year. So this program has taken root throughout our university. As more students become aware of it, they want to take advantage of this program. And I'll just point out this red line, the 135 from this past semester, is due to a connection that we made with our internship program, requiring students to meet with peer career guides, thereby increasing the quality of applications increasing the success of those applicants. I also want to note the quality of the peer career guide program. So across all of our programs and initiatives, we ask a net promoter score, which you may be familiar with. On a scale of 1 to 10, would you recommend this program? And this past fall, all of those appointments, the students were asked this question, and 100%, 10 out of 10 would recommend this program. So we're maintaining a incredibly high quality for these students who are trained in this way. I also want to point to some of the post-survey feedback, just the notes that the students have left. And in particular, I love this one on my top left here. I am grateful to USM Peer Career Guide Office and staff for the services and opportunities. So this program is so well run and effective that a student who participated believes that there's an entire office dedicated to it, which I think is incredible. So in addition to the impact that we're having on our student body, there's also the impact on the peer career guides themselves. And our peer career guide alumni have moved on to roles in human resources, yes, but also into their fields of interest, such as accounting and risk management throughout. And here to talk a little bit more about the experience of being a peer career guide, I'd love to introduce one of our wonderful PCGs, Alex Curtis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alex. As you can see, over the past couple of years, the Peer Career Guide program has grown significantly, and it's been incredible to see the positive impact that we're making on students at all stages of their academic and professional journeys. Whether it's undergraduate students, graduates, or alumni, we're here to help them land internships, secure jobs, or simply just feel prepared with a polished resume and cover letter. As a graduate student myself, I can't help but reflect on my own experience. And during my undergrad at the University of Vermont, I wasn't aware of any resource like this, one where students could get personalized resumes and cover letter support from peers in a more or less intimidating way. And I think that's what makes the PCG program so unique and impactful. The training that we receive as PCGs, combined with our monthly meetings with employers across the state, really equips us to stay current on all the hiring trends, as well as guide the students effectively through their career preparation. And one example I want to share with a student that I had, and this just really stands out with me for like the year I've been a PCG, is when I worked with a master's student in the family nurse practitioner program. And she had been a practicing nurse for over 15 years, but hadn't needed a resume in a really long time. And so we spent about 2 appointments together building rapport and tailoring her resume and cover letter for a specific clinical placement that she was applying for. And then a few weeks later, she emailed me, which I love when they email after the appointments, to share the great news that she got the position. And she was just so overjoyed because the role aligned perfectly with her children's school schedule, relieving her of the stress of working nights or juggling with an inconsistent work schedule. So that moment just really highlighted why I love being a PCG. And it's not just about helping students perfect their resume and cover letters. It's really truly about making a meaningful difference in their lives and helping them feel just confident in their future and what comes ahead. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to Andy.
All right. So the next program that I'm going to be talking about a little bit is our Job Shadow program. And so I know it may be hard to imagine, but many of our students don't know what they're going to do when they graduate and they don't know. And even if they do know, they may not be sure what type of organization they'd like to work for. There's many organizations that could use an accountant, and so they might want to try a few. And this is exactly what the Job Shadow program is designed to support. So there are no prerequisites for our Job Shadow program. It's 1 day with one student, with one employer, and they get to experience a day in the life and learn a little bit about that organization by moving between different departments. And the real key to this program is that we continue to rotate the employers. So we're trying to use this not only as an opportunity for the student who is having the experience and expanding their social network, but also as an educational tool for our student body. So by rotating the student or the employers throughout, students are able to recognize all of the great opportunities that are here in Maine. And we're also encouraging students to post about their experience on social media. And so you can see 3 examples here. And so again, this is the educational tool of, hey, I had this experience as a student at this employer, and let me share that experience with you. And so it helps to increase the knowledge of opportunities here in the state of Maine. So through this program, we've had 74 students participate with 57 different employers. And here's a snapshot of the employers that participated this past fall. Again, I want to note the quality of this program. So again, that Net Promoter Score across all 6 semesters that we've offered this program, that score has remained a 100. And here to talk a little bit about their personal experience in the JSP is Daniel.
Hi, thank you for listening to my experience with this program. You'll have to excuse me if I talk a little fast. I'm still working on my public speaking skills. I was in the Army for about 5 years. Upon discharge, I came to USM, and this will be my final semester. I've utilized the Career Hub quite a bit. I would say they've been a regular part of my semester since my sophomore year here, about my 2nd year. They're a great resource. As I discussed, networking is a very important thing. And I just want to discuss that because my introduction to the Job Shadow program really does touch on that networking part. USM has its own networking. If you spend time on it, you'll find it. The veterans, we have our own network. We have our own little areas that we hang out at. You can find us there on a regular basis. The Veteran Centers here at USM is usually where you'll find a good deal of us. The Career Hub does a great job of connecting with us so that we know about these programs. Peter Hoffman is who I regularly deal with. He comes on a regular basis, introducing new programs, what's going on, trying to get people to connect. And that's how I got introduced to the Job Shadow program. I'd say I came to Peter, what would have been my junior year. I'm a little not straight on it. I've only been here for graduating. I've been here for about 3.5 years, so I've been a little bit fast. But about my junior year here, I started looking at what I'd be doing in the postgraduate. And I met with Peter and he said, hey, I got this great program that we're starting up. It's a job shadow program. I got a great Sweetser, which you can see on the slide was one of the organizations that were participating. And he goes, it'll be great for you for what you're studying. I am studying social and behavioral science. And he goes, this will be a great 24 hours. And I have to say within that 24 hours, I got a wealth of information about not only Sweetser themselves, but mental health in Maine, how it's handled, some of the drawbacks. And so for me, going into this field and maybe doing it here in Maine, it was a phenomenal resource. I went in only connecting with one individual to set up the job shadow. I left with about 5 different emails that I had to email afterwards with a whole new network of people that I need to communicate with, which is exactly what the Career Hub is trying to do. And to do that in 24 hours is quite impressive, I have to say. I don't have anything else to add to that other than it's a great program. I think it needs to continue to keep doing what it's doing. And it's great to see that so many students have participated since my time there as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, you get a break from me for a few minutes. I'm going to introduce Lindsay Freeman, who's the program manager of our internship program.
Good morning. I'm so pleased to be with you all today to introduce another program, the Career Exploration Internship Program.
Can you lower the mic a little
Oh,
bit?
yes, absolutely. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So we see the Career Exploration Internship Program as a vital rung in the career readiness ladder for USM students. It builds on their experiences in on-campus employment, the USM Job Shadow Program, and Career Hub events. Excuse me. Thank you. So this program really deepens their professional skill development as well as their exposure to the professional world. We know that internship experience is the most influential factor when employers are deciding between 2 otherwise equally qualified candidates, and that paid interns receive more job offers and higher starting salaries than unpaid interns. So over 100 students per year now participate in the paid part-time internships through the Career Exploration Internship Program. They benefit from our office's support to facilitate their access to the professional world. As Andy mentioned, to begin with, applicants to this program meet with a peer career guide at least once and receive coaching on interview skills. They are also welcome to reach out to my team along the way for any questions. And once students land an internship, they go through an orientation framed around the NACE career readiness competencies that Haley also mentioned. Then during the semester of the internship, the interns are able to participate in networking events throughout our office as part of their paid internship hours. Overall, this ecosystem of support really ensures that students gain high value from a part-time experience. Our employer partners also benefit. We take over the recruitment process as well as the HR and payroll functions throughout the internship semester so that our employer partners can focus on the day-to-day supervision of the interns. In addition to our individual students and employers, the campus community overall is benefiting from this education around the life cycle of the internship application process, particularly in terms of the advanced preparation and planning and skill building that's required for students to be successful. So our program runs according to this life cycle, spring, summer, and fall. It's actually the year-round nature of the program that's one of the key benefits for students. They get to take advantage of their unique proximity to the economic engine of the state to interact with our business community year-round. The program is also part-time, just 10 to 20 hours per week, like student employment, so that students can stay on track to graduate while also getting professional experience. And the program is paid a fair wage so that students from all socioeconomic backgrounds can participate. The key innovation that I'd like to share today is co-funding our internships with our employer partners. Knowing that working up to this would take time, I spent the last 3 years cultivating relationships with our employer partners to prove the program's value. And now that we have proven the concept, our employer partners are committed to investing in the program, both financially and in terms of their professional development support and mentorship of our students. So this spring semester, I'm excited that our employer partners will be contributing over $40,000 towards the spring semester's interns. which will enable us to continue to stretch our grant funding from MEIF and UMS Transforms to support more students and employers. Thinking further about the program's impact on our students, I'd like to share a few quotes from the students' final surveys. If you take a look at the screen, connections and networking are the theme that comes up over and over again, as my colleagues have shared today. Thinking back to Natalie's mention of the hidden job market and the importance of a strong start post-college, we know that it is these connections that will ensure USM students land on their feet once they leave our campus. And like the other programs, the quality remains high. More than 95% of our student and employer participants recommend the program. Students are also seeing a future for themselves in our state. Over 87% report that they now see meaningful job opportunities for themselves in Maine as a result of participation in the program. And as they move into the working world too, our students are successful. Alumni respondents report that over 94% of them are in grad school, working at their former internship site, or working elsewhere in their desired field. And to close, I'd like to share a few, back one. I'd like to share a few photos with you. These are from the students' final presentations, which are my favorite part of the semester. We get to see the students that we met just months prior orientation present now with confidence about their work. Their growth, particularly in terms of the development of their professional skills and identity, is powerful to see. One of those inspiring students is here with me today, Raya Lempert.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raya. I knew I wanted an internship during the school year to build my network and expand the skills that I was learning in the classroom. I had looked around for internships on my own, but was finding that process pretty difficult. The Career Hub made it much easier by having a list of internships in practically every field. They also assisted me in curating my resume and my cover letter. I was then connected with Educate Maine, who was looking for an intern to focus on STEM outreach and communication. During the interview process, I had support in preparing me for what to expect, which I greatly appreciated. I interned at Educate Maine in their Project Login program in the fall of 2023, to which they asked me to extend my internship for the spring semester. I loved my experience with them, so it was an easy yes. I also was able to earn credits for my internship by taking the communication internship class, which provided me with more experience, and I was able to learn about my peers' experiences at their internships. I was able to also participate in a biweekly discussion group led by Dr. Osheroff with other interns in other fields, which was another experience that taught me valuable lessons. Once the school year ended, Educate Maine asked me to stay for the summer as a full-time intern. I took on more responsibilities and gained more skills. When the summer ended, they offered me another position as a private consultant. I just finished my contract with Educate Maine, but I'm looking forward to more potential opportunities with them in the future. I was also given the opportunity recently by a recommendation from the Career Hub to work with President Edmondson in a social media student employment role, which has been a wonderful experience so far. Without the help of the Career Hub's internship program, I most likely wouldn't have had all of these opportunities, which I am incredibly grateful for. It truly showed me what I want to do when I graduate. I tell all of my friends when they are looking for jobs or internships to use the tools the Career Hub is providing. Some have taken this advice and agree that their experience has been amazing and incredibly helpful. I truly can't say thank you enough to the Career Hub for helping me launch my professional career. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raya. If we could play the video on the screen, I'd like to share one more student story with you.
Usually finding an internship is a pretty hard experience. Through the program here at USM, it did make it a lot easier. You guys did a lot of the heavy lifting, being able to connect me with the different places and help me schedule the interviews. You're able to look at my resume and my cover letter. That really helped a lot.
If a student is not sure if an internship is for them, it is a risk, but it's a great way to reduce the unknown that's associated with finding a career path and takes it down to a person level.
It's a lot more manageable than you might think it is. I definitely wouldn't have this internship right now if it weren't for the Career Hub, and it's definitely worth it.
So Raya and Colin are two wonderful examples of how the career exploration internship program is investing in our students' futures. I welcome any questions or connections after the presentation. And in the meantime, I'd like to turn it back to Career Hub Director, Dr. Andy Osheroff.
Perfect. There we go. So the last initiative that we're going to be talking about this morning is our Employer Advisory Board. So when I took on the role of director of the Career and Employment Hub, one of the things I realized is that we needed to strengthen our collaboration and connection with the employer community, particularly if we were going to continue to try and innovate through our existing programs and start new programs. We didn't want to be in a situation where we were just throwing spaghetti at a wall to see what stuck. And so we started this group, and we have talked about everything from the value of an English degree with a dean, which, by the way, incredibly valuable. Happy to talk more about that. To the impact of AI on talent acquisition and the workforce. And one quote from one of our recent conversations stands out to me is that AI won't replace you, but someone who knows how to use AI will, which resonates for me. Absolutely. So this has been an instrumental initiative that we've started, and we've seen other institutions across the system begin to take up a similar entity for Career Center being advised by an employer advisory group. And we're even having conversations with public high schools about how they can implement something similar. So this kind of constant feedback loop is a reciprocal relationship. We get to learn directly what's going on in the workforce. We can share updates about what's going on within the institution. And we're getting feedback on how prepared our students are so that we can make adjustments to our services and talk to faculty partners throughout the institution. So this has been an incredible asset for our team and our office. All right. And just to touch a little bit on the impact of this program. So not only have we co-started initiatives such as sponsored networking dinners in our employer residence program, but we've gotten gap funding from our employer advisory group for programs such as the peer career guides that we spoke about. So it's been incredibly impactful. Okay, well, that is it for the initiatives that we were planning to talk about this morning. If we could go back one slide. So I just want to leave you with three things as we conclude here before we move on to question and answer. The first is there are many programs that we could have highlighted today. Here are five, but you don't want me to yabber on and on and on for another hour. But we could have talked about our employer and residence program, the events that we run, some of our academic collaborations that we're really excited about. The second thing that I'll leave you with is that we take an ecosystem approach to everything that we offer in our office. So you might have viewed this presentation today as a sort of ladder for our students where they start with on-campus employment and then meet with a peer career guide, then have a job shadow experience and launch into an internship. But because of the diversity of our student body with adult learners and various academic programs, we see that students can enter and exit these services in a variety of different ways. So in the example of Raya, started as an intern and now is on-campus employment, or someone may be have gone into the workforce and come back and now wants to brush up their resume with a peer career guide. And so we really view these programs and services holistically. And the last thing I'll leave you with is that innovation is at the core of our office. We're continually trying to push the envelope on the programs that we're already offering. What can we do that's new and different to increase access and career readiness for our students? And what else can we be offering to increase access for our students? And with that, I'd love to turn it over for questions. And we're right next door in the Career and Employment Hub, so please stop by. We have an iris photo booth that takes professional headshots. So if you need to brush up on your professional headshot, please do that there. And lastly, I just want to thank our student presenters this morning for taking the time to share about their experience with our office. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really terrific. Thank you all very, very much. Questions? I have trustee Martin, trustee Kane, trustee Martin, trustee McMahon, and trustee Kane.
I'd like to commend you for putting together such a wonderful program. I was in awe with the statistic, like disbelief that 73% of the students that are underemployed remain underemployed after 10 years. And they didn't set out to go to school to be in that bucket, you know? So I love the fact how this program, you know, it's an amazing program for both students and employers because it does build, like you highlighted, it's mutually beneficial because it helps the students build the confidence, develop the connections. And the big thing is the employers sometimes don't know the talent pool is out there and are, you know, going through relationships like you pointed out. It's kind of like you're facilitating a career matchmaking. And this is the difference between the success and failure of a student sometimes, and also the success and failure of our economy. So I think this is amazing. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you for the kind words.
Trustee McMahon.
A quick question on statistics. Given the innovation, is there a marked increase or is it about the same in terms of employment within 6 or 12 months of graduation, however you measure? So can you see the effect of these new programs on graduates getting into meaningful employment in their field or postgraduate study?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there are a couple of data points that we use to ascertain that. The key is what is called the First Destination Survey, or FDS, which has recently been incorporated throughout the system. So we're getting that data back. And the answer is yes, we are seeing market increase. When I started at the Career and Employment Hub about 7 years ago, for instance, across the institution, internships were, according to the FDS, at about 45% participation for our graduating students, and that number is around 65% now. So a pretty significant jump now, far past the majority of our students participating in at least one. And if you look at the data, participation in at least one internship increases your job offers by double. And so we're seeing kind of the ripple effects in that way. So the short answer is yes, and we're getting the data now to start to showcase that.
Trustee Kane.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. My question is, how do you make sure students know who you are, what you do, and where to find you, right? I mean, clearly word of mouth, but what are the ways? Because it seems like such a great resource and an awesome opportunity. But if students don't know to come find you, how do you make sure they do? Do you work with faculty? Do you work, through social media? What's your recruitment to get them in the door so you can help them figure out what's next?
I love this question. So we are trying everything is the short answer. So yes.
Pizza parties, movie nights, food for college students.
Absolutely. Food always works. So faculty partnerships, I think, are really key to this. We know that they have the ear of students, and so referrals are really effective in this way. We're starting a new initiative this spring to promote more of our opportunities to faculty and actually have professional career advisors in the classroom to provide workshops and then try and pull people back into our office. But social media is, yes, key, and we're very active on Instagram, for instance. But I will say one of the initiatives that I think is going to be, and we've already seen the effects of it, is the Peer Career Guide program in this way. So training near peers on what is going on in our office, who then are in a social group or a club or another organization or an athlete, they can begin to share what is going on in our office. And I think the ripple effects will be, very strong in this way. And to Daniel's point, we're also trying to go out and talk to different student groups. So he mentioned Peter Hoffman, who stops by the Veterans Office all the time and shares what's going on. And so that's another way too, which I think is really effective.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the shout out for English majors. Let me ask a non-English major question. How is this program financed? It was good to hear that there's some employer contribution. Is it largely Alfond funding?
Great question. So the Career and Employment Hub as an office overall, E&G funded. And there are a variety of different soft funding sources. So the internship program that was mentioned, for instance, is funded through the Maine Economic Improvement Fund in part, through Maine Jobs and Recovery funding in part, and through Alfond funding in part. And so we're trying to diversify and use these soft funding sources as a foundational point to then, as to Lindsay's point, prove the concept and then have more employers buy in to the work that we're doing. The Iris photo booth that I mentioned before is employer sponsored, and the lease is around $15,000 a year. That's not something that it would be in our budget, but is a great resource for students to be able to get professional headshots at any time that our office is open.
Terrific. Thank you all. This is terrific. And I think we will poke it. And it's very nice that you're right next to us. Thank you very, very much. It was a great presentation. Let's move on. That was such an upbeat discussion. Let's move on to another one. I had the pleasure of, I was up in Orono a little bit ago and had the pleasure of meeting with Lauren Jacobs, who's a professor in the Thor program, tourism, hospitality, outdoor recreation, and her energy and enthusiasm and just told me volumes about what's going on with our faculty, the creativity that's going on, the kind of collaboration that's going on. And I think this is a little microcosm of how unified accreditation can work. And I'm very pleased to have the crew here, and they will introduce themselves as I don't know who's first. So let me ask you to come forward.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Michaud. I'm an associate professor of tourism and hospitality at the University of Southern Maine, right here. I focus on sustainable tourism management. And I'm really excited to talk about the Thor Institute. It is a collaboration of every single university in our system. And our mission is here: tourism, hospitality, outdoor recreation. These are separate industries, but they work together in harmony to create one of the biggest economic drivers, one of the biggest employers, and one of the biggest parts of the cultural heritage of our state. And so we thought that by all of us working together, all the different universities that have different expertise in each of those different areas could do a better job of providing a great education for our students and connection and support of our industry together than by ourselves. I'm from rural Maine. I left rural Maine. I went to school. I graduated from Farmington. I went off to graduate school. I came back and I worked over a decade in rural Maine doing community and economic development. I got a degree in anthropology. So there. You can apply these in very good and practical ways, and it made my thinking really unique in that situation 25 years ago. How do we incorporate culture, heritage, arts into economic development? It led to institutions like the Center for Maine Craft and the West Gardner Travel Plaza. If you haven't stopped there, stop on your way back up if you're going north, or the Center Theater in downtown Dover Foxcroft. Huge economic drivers, but also cultural pieces. Only came together because we all work together. We work together in the region and the state to make it happen. So I learned lessons that when you have limited resources, limited capacity, limited money, you need to work together. And that is what was the foundation for a number of years ago. I think we're going into year 3 at this point, calling out to all the different university campuses to work together in this particular area. We were lucky in that at about the time that we were coming together and talking about that, I happened to bump into the chancellor at a presentation here, and we got to talking. He has a history, his family history in hospitality. I think he's waited at catering events for his wife, and I heard some good stories. But the importance. Oh, you were the cook. Okay. Yes, chef. But just an understanding of the importance of the industry, the fact that many first-time jobs for people in this, research has shown that they actually are more successful in their careers 10 years out and beyond because they learn how to communicate with people and manage and whatnot. But similar types of focuses at the system level to be more efficient and how do we use our resources well and work together to take what is best about each of our university campuses and build on those strengths. And so it was a coming together and really good support from the staff there, allowing us to have a part-time staff person dedicated to helping us as faculty work through this. And a great collaboration from faculty, really coming from faculty, but also getting that system support. And it's allowed us, I think, to move pretty fast in accomplishing some exciting programs and projects that my colleagues will talk about. Just so you know, if you want to check out more information, we have a webpage on the website. On the university system website, it has all of our universities and the minors and majors that are all a part of this. So it's a pretty significant endeavor bringing that all together. That's just a screenshot that you can go to. With that, I will invite my next colleague up to talk about some of the efforts we've used to move this program forward.
Thank you, Tracy, and thanks to all of you for inviting us to speak. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Lauren Jacobs. I'm a senior lecturer in outdoor leadership at the University of Maine. I'm a faculty member there in outdoor leadership, and I coordinate that program. I've been part of Thor from the beginning, and I'm joined by my colleagues from Parks, Rec, and Tourism as well from our campus to be part of the Thor Institute. So I want to talk a little bit about one of sort of our approaches to our work is to attract students, not only to our programs at all of our campuses, but also more broadly to careers in the Thor industries. In summer 2023, right here at USM, we hosted our very first Vacation Land Conference. And this was aimed at high school counselors throughout the state of Maine, coming together with all of us, faculty members from the system, industry leaders, as well as staff from the University of Maine system. And our purpose was to connect those high school counselors with more information and awareness about Thor Industries and career opportunities. And then, of course, our Thor Institute and our Thor-related programs in the University of Maine system. Some other things that we have done to attract students is we initiated a marketing campaign to sort of announce Thor. We've been very lucky to have scholarship funding to help attract new students. And we also have our second Vacation Land Conference coming up this summer, which will be held at the University of Maine campus. I just want to point out a few numbers behind those efforts to attract. So we had over 100 attendees at our very first Vacation Land Conference. I think what's even more impressive is then the number of students that those attendees reach, which is over 11,000. We've had our marketing campaign resulted in really good awareness about our online presence and information that our Thor website has. And we've also awarded over 105 scholarships, which has been incredibly helpful to our students. And before I turn it over to my next colleague, I just want to say that as a faculty member, one of the most important aspects of the Thor Institute is that it expands incredibly the opportunities available to my students. So they are able to attend courses on other campuses, have scholarship funding, fellowships, and those will be discussed next.
Good morning, everybody. For those of you who haven't met me yet, I'm Clyde Mitchell. I'm one of the faculty members from the Farmington campus. Many of you will know UMF as the kind of teacher education college, but we're also widely known for alpine operations, skiing, and snow sports. As Lauren mentioned, our goal at Thor is to provide students with knowledge and skills so they can enter into lifelong careers in the tourism, hospitality, and outdoor recreation sectors. You saw earlier a list of all the different programs that we offer. Those programs obviously are there to meet the needs of employers, and they differ per campus. So for example, here at USM, they focus on hospitality and tourism because that's the coastal area, and that's what's important. Whereas at like Farmington, we focus on outdoor recreation, specifically skiing and snow sports. Our programs were not developed in isolation, but we developed them in close collaboration with industry partners. Those include both large and small employers, industry associations such as Maine Outdoor Brands, which have been very, very helpful, as well as the State Office of Tourism and Outdoor Recreation. These partners help us focus on the skills that the students will need to be successful in their careers, and we're very grateful for them. In terms of the things that we've done to try promote our program, let me just see if I can get to the next slide. Yep, going backwards. No. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, slight technicality. Is we have developed a set of very exciting vacation land courses, and one of my colleagues will talk to you about one that he ran shortly. We also offer student fellowships, which are opportunities for students to work in an outdoor recreation sector and get funding from us. And then our big project obviously has been to develop the Thor Minor. The Thor Minor is probably the first multi-campus program developed in the system. It was no easy feat, and it provided a lot of learning opportunities for Vice Chancellor Jeff St. John's and headaches. But we would really like to say thank you to you as trustees for supporting us, to the Chancellor, the presidents, the provosts, the registrars on the campuses have been amazing, as well as the curriculum committees to get the program approved. It was approved on each campus last year in fall, and this spring we have our first enrollees. Let's see if I get this right. I don't know why. I'm really bad with this clicker. Anyway, but I'll keep on talking while I find it. So the next thing I wanted to chat about was, oh, really, it went backwards. It doesn't matter. Is the Thor Minor. So the Thor Minor, as Lauren mentioned, we have taken the opportunity of the skills that exist on the different campuses and the resources that we have on the different campuses to collaborate to offer a minor that's available to students on each of the campuses. And they get access to resources and skills that maybe on our each individual campus our students would not. For example, our students in Farmington can take courses in hospitality and tourism from the USM campus and recreation and leadership classes, for example, from Machias or Orono, which is really a wonderful opportunity. The minor itself is 18 credits long. It has a concentration of 9 of those credits in each of the 3 core areas. So the students have to take foundational courses in outdoor recreation, hospitality, and tourism. And then there's another 19 credits, another 9 credits available of electives that they can use to either concentrate in a specific area or in things that interest them. And we have our first enrollees this spring, and we're very excited about it. I'm going to hand over to Mike. Good luck.
Okay, which one was it for? This one? Yeah. Okay, that was your slide, wasn't it? All right, I'm just going to move forward. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Curran. I'm an associate professor of business at the University of Maine at Fort Kent. And I was asked to talk about one particular aspect of the Thor initiative, and that was the creation of a series of courses called Vacation Land. What is Vacation Land? Well, it's on your license plates. And so we decided to develop a series of courses that focused on experiential learning as an effort to increase students' desire to participate in these types of careers. So the first vacation land course, and you see some pictures from one that I did this past January, our good friends at Presque just finished up their most recent vacation land course. The one I ran was 4 weeks in length. The students would spend 2 weeks doing online learning about topics, learning about business opportunities in Northern Maine, the culture of Northern Maine, et cetera. And then there was an experiential component I'll talk about. And then afterwards, there was another week where students worked on academic assessments, journals, et cetera. But the focus of it really is the experiential part. So students from almost every campus, they came from Farmington, they came from Orono, they came from Portland, they came from all over Machias to participate in these courses. And that was only possible because of the collaboration and cooperation of all the faculty here. We recruit for each other's courses. So we got 14 students to attend, and they participated in things like downhill skiing, cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, in which our president participated. She put her snowshoes on and went out and hiked through the snow with our students. And many of them commented in their journals how wonderful they thought that was. They engaged in ice fishing, dog sledding, and one of the more unique opportunities that none of them had experienced before was biathlon shooting. We actually had some athletes training at our outdoor rec center in Fort Kent for the Winter Olympics. They took time out to work with and train some of our students in that. So the experiences that students got through these courses, these types of courses reflect the unique geography and culture of every campus. And so each campus develops their own vacation land courses. We had one recently where some students from Greenland worked with Tracy and met with some of our students to go over sustainable tourism. So as we continue to build these courses, and really what Thor, I think, has done, it represents what's possible when you have willing faculty who want to do what's best for students, regardless of campus. You had tremendous support from the chancellor's office. You had tremendous support from virtually everybody. And Clyde mentioned this was not easy. Respecting the independence of every campus and university, respecting all of that, and at the same time trying to do what is best for students, to build opportunities for students, to encourage them in this incredibly critical economic sphere for the state of Maine is really what Thor is trying to do. So we continue to develop vacation land courses. I'll be running my winter rec course again next January. It ran at capacity. I was worried I wouldn't get enough students, but I was not worried that I would have snow, and it turned out to be the reverse, where I hit capacity early, and I was driving home or going to the airport to go home to Pittsburgh for the holidays, and I heard on the radio on Christmas Day, this is the third Christmas in the last 50 years in which there's no snow on the ground. But fortunately, the snow gods were helpful and pelted Northern Maine with plenty of snow so that I could run the course. But it was a great experience. The comments and reactions from students were overwhelmingly 100% positive. Numerous students called it the best experience they'd ever had. But to allow students who want to be in the Thor disciplines, not just have, theoretical knowledge, but actual practical experience at some of the things they're going to try to promote is invaluable. So that was my part of the presentation, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Emily Zeider, and I am the program manager of the Thor Institute. We're excited to share kind of all of the different programs that we've developed over the past 3 years. And I've been a part of the team for about 1.5 years and have had the privilege to work with these amazing faculty to sort of put the programming in place and make it happen. Before I click to the next slide, here are some other vacation land courses that we've run previously. Happy to report that our UMPI class that ended this past Friday, they also found some snow. And it was 14 students from 5 different UMS institutions, and they had a really incredible experience exploring the business opportunities related to winter recreation in Northern Maine as well. And we're also getting a lot of comments about how great it was to connect with other students from different areas of Maine, because when we think of the Thor Industries, developing that understanding of all the different cultural elements throughout the state is really important to look beyond just where you're used to living here. One other piece of Thor programming that we want to share with you are the Thor Student Fellowships. So these fellowships were developed about 4 terms ago when we had our inaugural cohort, and it is a chance to give students the opportunity to really use their knowledge and experience gained in the classroom to pursue projects in real-world settings. Sometimes students have their own project that they've been thinking about, and this is a chance to kind of give them a structure to pursue it. An example of this, we had a UMaine Machias student who really wanted to launch some LGBT plus inclusive programming in the outdoor recreation field in Washington County. And through her fellowship, she was able to connect with other organizations doing similar work, shadow their programming, and ultimately work to launch her own event as well. Sometimes students connect with community organizations. We've had multiple fellows connect with the Teens to Trails organization, which is focused on connecting with high school students around the state to make sure they know how to get outside and they understand the benefits of doing so. So our student fellows make a term commitment, a semester or a summer, and they receive a tuition scholarship as well as a stipend for their work. And they, on average, commit 5 to 10 hours per week, just sort of chipping away at their project or working with their community partner to really just execute their project. And they meet with fellow cohort members that I facilitate these meetings once every month at minimum. And it's just been a really great opportunity to allow students the chance to take it wherever means the most for them and their professional and personal development. The photo here is a fellow Emily Kidd at the University of Maine, worked with Professor Lauren Jacobs to create a career fair for high school students around Maine to learn more about the different career opportunities that exist in these fields. So we're excited to keep offering these fellowships and see what other great project students put together. We do share these out on our website, and we have a biannual newsletter where we capture the different projects students are working on as well. And with that, I will turn it back over to Tracy to talk about Thor in the future.
Thank you. As you can see, great faculty, great staff. It has meant a lot to have support from the system level, the presidents of the universities, thank you, and administration, the faculty senates and everyone that have allowed us to take one minor and 7 different universities going through faculty senates at the same time and really working with us to help make that happen. So it has been an amazing collaborative effort, and we thank everyone to getting us to this point. My major during COVID, really, the hospitality majors around the world took huge hits. We were one of the biggest industries hit, and we have been steadily increasing since then, and in large part because of these efforts here. We're continuing to build. It takes time. We really appreciate the staffing coming from the chancellor's office. We hope we can continue that. These are the types of things that you get a good start, and we've gotten significant funding to support it, but we're going to need that to be continued as we continue to build out on these programs. And I'll mention our minor, which I believe is the first minor that is the same minor at all the different universities. Was significant effort, but Maine Geospatial Institute, there are other groups that are collaborating, maybe not with every single university, but with 3 or 4 or 2 or whatnot. And the support for all of these collaborative efforts it makes a huge difference to have staff to work with us, to have some money for scholarships to help students be enticed in and make those connections. We continue to do the work and hope that you'll continue to support it. So thank you so far, and we'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Trustee Cates.
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. And I'm sure you know this, but the board is very focused on trying to realize the promise of unified accreditation. And as I think as the chair said at the beginning, this is like the poster child, it seems to us, for how this is supposed to work. This is just a great collaborative story. So thank you. And by the way, I think I heard you on Main Calling and you were excellent as a
Thank you.
salesman. I don't know if any of the rest of you were with her that day, but you did a great job.
Thank you.
My question is this, just to follow up on the last thing you said, if we could look down the horizon 10 years, I know finances are an issue and that's the struggles we have to deal with here, but we are vacation land. So aspirationally, what should this look like 10 years from now? We've got a great start with a minor. We've got great cooperation among the campuses. What's success look like 10 years from now?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I want to start by saying we actually are Dawn land. Our Indigenous people are here. They've been here. We work really hard to incorporate that cultural heritage and the modern Wabanaki into what we do. We think that's really important to be inclusive and understanding and start there. So I want to recognize that and our partners who inform many of our classes and our students' work as we go forward. And I see, and I'll let my colleagues chime in, but we hope this institute, well, we know this institute will still be here 10 years out. We would love, especially the minor, we chose the minor in particular because there are many people that are not going to major in tourism, hospitality, outdoor recreation, but if you live in the state, which many of our students do, and they stay here, you will engage with businesses and people that do. When 1 in 5 people are employed in this industry somehow, you're going to engage with that. And so having a minor, having an understanding of what this is about, what the industry is about, is going to benefit you no matter what you do. I would love to see an explosion in that minor, hundreds of students doing that, recognizing the importance of the industry, no matter what major is there. Informing and building our collaborations with industry. We have some of the strongest industry advisory boards out there. We would love to foster and mentor and support other collaborations. So we have been kind of the guinea pig for a lot of this, and we embrace that. Part of what we do when we go through and build our minor or do a program is take notes on what are the barriers, where are the issues, and we share that. And we're encouraged to share that because if others want to do it, you know, if we can learn and do it easier or better or take away some of those barriers for other collaborations, that's a good thing. We are also piloting an assessment of this. So how do we can say we're doing a great job, but how can we have outside entities assessing and whatnot to make that happen? So we're embracing that piece. And when we can support and do that, because, you know, as a lifelong Mainer, I just care about the state and trying to do what's right for students, even beyond our major. And I know all faculty care about that beyond their majors, even though sometimes we get focused in on what we're doing. So if we can act in that bigger capacity, I'm happy to do that.
Tracy, Trustee, could you just clarify though? I think when I met with Lauren, I thought, but will this really work with all this online stuff? And in fact, you're doing things in person. Can you just explain how that works and when people come together? And then we'll go to Trustee Michaud.
Sure. Yeah. I believe technology is a real benefit for places like Maine, where limited capacity, very rural. We have students in Northern Maine that are not going to come down to Southern Maine to take a degree. But if I can reach them online, they have access. So I think technology is very important, the online piece, to give access. That being said, in person is really important because that face-to-face, that experiential.
So you use they come in January and May?
So what we have done, This classes, I teach in my program, a lot of hospitality. We can do a lot of that online. When we can offer online, we do. We do what's called high flex. You can be in person if you can, or you can do it online. But so much of outdoor recreation, let's say you cannot necessarily learn sea kayaking online. So there are classes that need to be in person. Those we've worked together to schedule in the winter term, the summer term, October break, spring break, long weekends, whatever that is. So it doesn't conflict with a semester online class, but it gives people that access too. And then that's where we've used a lot of our scholarships to help students travel to those places. A student driving up from Portland to Fort Kent it costs a lot. And where do you stay and whatnot? So we've used scholarship money to help support students have that experiential in person. So I think we're getting the best of both worlds by doing that and scheduling it in a way that can happen.
Great. Thank you. Trustee Mishu.
Yep. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it's great to see you again, Tracy, and glad to see you're still full of that energy and enthusiasm. A quick question, you touched a little briefly, and you mentioned the Dover Foxtrot Theater, which was done about 20 some odd years ago. At that time, it was something that people say, yeah, well, it's not gonna make much of a difference. Are you looking at not only what you're doing today, but how do you measure the impact, not only economically, but socially, because that's in Dover Foxtrot, a rural area. And I know at the time, like I said, people didn't think it would do anything, but having seen the center after it was built, it really had made a big impact and other businesses came. And can you explain a little bit more of how you're tracking some of these things and how we can use it? Because that's an untold story when you look at a lot of the stuff the university is doing, not only in the R&D area, but also what you're doing that could have a huge impact, particularly in rural area as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for your support all those years ago for that. So a huge arts gap in rural Maine, Piscataquis County. And so we bought, renovated, and got a old historic theater going, providing arts programming as part of economic development. And over 20 years later, it is still going. So that just in and of itself is a huge success. But the biggest statistic, look at the census in Dover Foxtrot, 22,000 losing population like everyone else. 2010, it was one of the communities that didn't lose population compared. And part of that are things like having a vibrant downtown. It also has tied into tourism in that they host the Maine Whoopie Pie Festival. I don't know if you've heard of that or been there. It's a really amazing, fun, yummy festival to be a part of. It's done as a fundraiser for the theater, but it brings huge economic impact into that area. And it's one of the things we talk about in sustainable management in rural areas. One day a year, big events, communities usually can handle and can make a huge impact. And so we're able to show economically the money that comes in, people stay overnight, they get to know an area, they want to come back. And so it's a great example of, and there's students coming out of there that are on Broadway, that are in Second City and doing amazing things out of rural Maine. So there's so many factors that you can track to say that this type of work is really important. And us in Southern Maine and Northern Maine working together to make that happen, I think just is a way to sort of promote those types of impacts in the future.
Great, thank you. Trustee Kane?
I would just like to say, I appreciate the reference to the Whoopie Pie Festival. As an author of the Whoopie Pie legislation and a former celebrity judge at the Whoopie Pie Festival and regular attendee because of my absolute love of Whoopie Pies, I appreciate the slight diversion, but also just want to say, great presentation. I think there's a lot of good, and I love the statewide, all parts of Maine, all kinds of tourism focus that you're bringing to this, and appreciate the collaboration as well. Thank you.
And now we know Trustee Kane's policy creds go wide.
I mean, it was a big negotiation between blueberry pie and Whoopie Pies.
The official Maine treat and blueberry pie is official Maine dessert. That's a good compromise. I love both of them.
in my office.
Let me give the chancellor the last word. He's, as everybody on the board knows, he's been a very strong proponent of this effort, and it's great to see as a microcosm for what unified accreditation means.
So you'll remember this. What I was saying when I first got here is that Maine is the 5th most dependent on hospitality revenue of all 50 states, at least as of 3 years ago, confirmed. I also went around saying if hospitality is good enough for Cornell, it's good enough for us. And the reality is that this state has to import a lot of the talent in the hospitality industry because we haven't had the programs necessary to feed that audience of people for an explosion of opportunity. Much of that, by the way, in the hotel area, and you can go any part of our state now and see additional hotel rooms being built and occupied. So I think that a minor is a great way to put this thing together, which was the idea. But ultimately, what I would love to see is that we actually have a major in this in the future, and we accept the responsibility of feeding the industry that feeds us.
Whoopie pies and all. Thank you all in the interest of time, we are closing this fabulous discussion, and I know that you're still at the very end of your break, so thank you very, very much for being here. It was terrific.
We have some packets of information we developed for our high school counselors to share with their students that really just show the different careers available.
Great, thank you. Great. Let us move on to our President's Roundtable, and I will begin with President Hadeen.
Okay, that sounds great.
And
let's see if I have, yeah, I have Mike. Well, first of all,
Can we get the
happy.
mics?
Oh, are we good? I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, Happy New Year, everyone. How exciting to be in 2025. Woohoo, right? Anna McLaughlin is our UMFK Student Board of Trustees representative. Anna, will you please stand? I want everyone to focus on Anna right now for a minute. And the reason I'd like you to focus on Anna is Anna was selected as within the USCAA Division I Women's Soccer Athlete of the Year for 2024. So congratulations, Anna. What a great recognition of your talent, skills, and of course to be selected at that, it just means she's this all around amazing human being who does so much on our university campus, as well as being an outstanding student and an outstanding athlete. And what great recognition for combining those important pieces of a student experience. So thank you, Anna. Next, UMFK will be hosting its Winter Carnival during the weekend of February 7th through 9th. Of course, Winter Carnival. That just makes me happy just saying the word winter. Then it means snow. We love that. So some of the neat things that will be happening on our campus that weekend, we have a bus trip going up to Quebec City on Saturday because Quebec City is celebrating their Winter Carnival. And so how great for our students to have that experience. Also on Sunday of that weekend is our annual ski triathlon, where they cross-country ski, snowshoe, and either downhill or snowboard. Oh my goodness, you need to come up and participate in that. It is super, super fun. And then, of course, there will be a combination of indoor activities for those of our students who like the beauty of looking at nature from being inside. So there'll be pickleball tournaments, etc. But there will be some good campfires during the weekend as well. And then the first day of March, of course, will be the Can-Am dog sled race. I would love for all of you to head north and join us for the Can-Am dog sled race. UMFK always hosts an open house luncheon piece, and we would love for you to join us on that day. If you need any more information about the dog sled race, check with me because I have that whole thing figured out, and I spend the entire day outside watching the dogs take off, and it is super cool. So welcome to winter. And this was perfect for Mike to highlight our winter activities as well. Thank you.
And we'll hope for snow this year for Can-Am.
Exactly.
President Edmondson.
You mean Cushman or you said Edmondson?
Oh, I said it. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is happening to me? Jen.
Okay.
President Cushman, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I
Does
just,
this work?
why did I
Can you
do
hear me?
that?
Okay. Well, I know you all love to hear about UMA's aviation program. So,
Do you have a plane?
so I'm,
A few now.
so I'm pleased to let you know that on November 21st, the University of Maine at Augusta, in partnership with Maine Instrument Flight, one of the oldest civilian flight schools in the US, officially expanded our aviation education in Maine with the opening of a new pilot training facility at the Bangor International Airport. This collaboration strengthens UMA's Bachelor of Science in Aviation program, the only one of its kind in Maine and only one of two in New England. The Bangor location offers students the chance to earn their commercial pilot certificate, instrument and multi-engine ratings, and flight instructor credentials while pursuing their degree. The new Bangor location enhances access to FAA-approved flight training, including opportunities for veterans to use their education benefits. This initiative exemplifies UMA's commitment to providing students with academic excellence and hands-on experience to prepare for thriving careers in in-demand areas. Secondly, on December 11th, we held a ceremonial groundbreaking for UMA's new Capital Center for Nursing and Cybersecurity Workforce Development. The Capital Center was funded by congressionally directed spending. It will expand UMA's capacity to train skilled professionals in high-demand fields, bridging gaps in nursing and cybersecurity. It reflects our commitment to innovative education, workforce readiness, and community impact made possible through partnerships and shared vision. The project marks a pivotal step in addressing critical workforce needs in Maine, and we are grateful for Samantha Warren's remarks representing Chancellor Malloy and the congressional representatives and other partners who participated in the event. Construction is underway, and we believe it will be finished in early August in time for the fall 2025 semester.
Great, thank you.
And
Is it true that, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Did you have a question about that? Or?
Yeah, no, is it true that your new mission statement is Fly High UMA?
There you go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And just one more, finally, thanks to strong retention of our entering students from the fall 2024 semester, our residential housing is opening over 100% capacity in the spring 2025 semester. In addition to our 3 residence halls at Stevens, Commons, and Hollowell, some students will continue to live at the Best Western Plus Civic Center in Augusta, adjacent to the main entrance to our campus. We are really grateful for the continued support from our partner GRI Hotel Management Group and our regional sales director, Vernon Briggs, who at the Best Western offered our students to keep their belongings in their hotel rooms over the holiday break at no extra expense. Wow. Furthermore, GRI is working with us to explore a similar but smaller option near the UMA Bangor campus for students in programs such as dental hygiene and veterinary technology. There's an absence of safe, affordable housing and on the campus. It's been a challenge for these students and their families. And this public-private partnership is a testament to the mutual benefit that can be derived from such arrangements. Thank you.
Great, thank you. President Perini Mundy.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll start with a few athletics related items. And although this occurs in our main business school, we think that the fact that the sports management major is our fastest growing major at UMaine may have something to do with our D1 status and the ability for that kind of interaction. It has 167 declared majors after just being approved in 2021. Related in athletics, I would like to be grateful to all who participated in our groundbreaking for the new Morse Arena, the New Balance Track and Field Complex, and the New Balance Soccer Complex with funders that include the Alphon Foundation and New Balance. That was held on November 23rd, in an indoor groundbreaking, but a wonderful event, and appreciate the Chancellor's presence and others who came to celebrate that good work in our athletic area. And then the third item in athletics, we are very pleased that the basketball court at Machias is nearing completion, and we anticipate a grand opening for that in late March. And that has been many years in the works. We're very thrilled that that's possible at this point. The other thing I'd like to mention, in the research category, annually, the National Science Foundation ranks research programs through what's called the Higher Education Research and Development Survey, the HERD survey. And this year, the rankings were announced in, we think, November. And basically what happened with UMaine was we moved up in the rankings to 140 out of the 914 universities that are ranked. This has to do with research expenditures, research productivity, a number of research factors that are counted in this. So we've increased from 142 the previous year, and among universities without medical schools, UMaine ranks 112, which is up from 114. So the research productivity just continues to be fantastic at the university, and we're very excited about all of that. I think that's all I'm going to have today.
Okay, thank you. President Softly.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking every student at Maine Law for never asking me to snowshoe with them. I'm grateful that I just returned from San Francisco, where the annual meeting of the Association of American Law Schools is held every year in January. And so I want to get serious for just one moment. Being in San Francisco for 4 or 5 days over the last week was an amazing and scary thing, because 5 hours down the road, fires were consuming huge swaths of residential areas. People were losing their lives. And throughout the conference, people would stop, grab their phones and run for the door because they had to help family members evacuate on very short notice from places that everyone had thought were safe. Those fires are still burning, and I heard this morning that the winds have picked up again, and it's bad. So think a good thought for all of our West Coast friends. And moving on to the Dean's program I was able to participate in, I am pleased to report, and I know you hear this when the chancellor and the presidents go out of state. Maine is really very well respected these days. On an undergraduate basis, I heard a lot of that from fellow law deans who are working within their own universities, how fortunate I am to be here. And for the most part, until I hear about planes and snowshoes, I agree completely with them that this is a wonderful place to be. With regard to what I learned in San Francisco, I'm going to stick to 2 really important areas. First, law school applications are way up again. We're seeing nationally it does this, and they are way up. They are somewhere around 30% up nationally. At Maine Law, I'm happy to tell you that applications are up over 50% this year, which is pretty much unheard of at Maine Law. We're very excited about that, and well ahead of the curve at this point. The other area where I was somewhat relieved to learn that we are doing as well as most states is the area of access to justice. So you are all hearing on the news that we're having terrible problems in Maine. There aren't enough lawyers to do criminal cases, child protective cases. Our rural areas have huge gaps in justice. We're all working on that together, and I'm going to give you a couple of areas where Maine is leaping ahead. But it turns out this is a problem throughout the entire country. Every single law dean is working on access to justice issues, and we're trying to come up with new ideas all the time. Maine is, again, a bit out ahead of the curve. Our Fort Kent Clinic is really one of the first of its kind in the country. And so I spent a lot of time talking with other deans about how to get clinics out into rural areas. And I want to again thank President Hadeen, who's been just incredibly supportive of that. In this last semester, the Fort Kent Clinic focused almost entirely on criminal law to help with the really serious backlogs that are going on. The other thing that has just happened in Maine that will be a pilot project is we invited the Maine Supreme Judicial Court to come and meet with our 1L students and to encourage them to practice in these areas that are so much needed. And then we, the faculty and I, had dinner with the Supreme Court, who talked to us a lot about ideas that they have for helping us expand access to justice. And one of those areas is to expand the places where student attorneys can actually take on clients if they have appropriate supervision. The court has just expanded its rules to allow that to occur with small firms that do a lot of criminal work, so that we can send our students out in externships as student attorneys, as a force multiplier, to address some of these issues around criminal practice. Our internships and fellowships and a number of the programs that we're connecting students with are making a huge difference. And we are hoping to bring the governor to Maine Law in February to address students. The governor, as you all know, has experience as a prosecutor and a defense attorney and is very concerned about these issues. And we're all working together to try to make some changes. So all of this happens at the same time that the final name change for our clinics is coming on board. Our clinics have for years been referred to as the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic, and it no longer reflects what the clinics do. We are all through the state of Maine and in fact in other countries at this point. So the clinics at Maine Law will begin to show up on all of our letterheads soon. We're very excited about that, and we're immensely grateful for all the support we've received from the board.
Great, thank you. President McDonald.
Thank you and good morning. I'd like to take the opportunity to update the board on the work that the faculty and staff at Farmington have been doing to create a strategic plan that will address our fiscal challenges. In November, we had a campus-wide meeting and it was very successful. We developed strategies to build enrollment to attract transfer students, adult completers, graduate students, and our traditional aged students, and then to create a more vibrant residential experience, a greater experiential and global experiences for students, more career preparation, and programs to address Western Maine. Of course, you know, when you develop these strategic plans, there's always an elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is the academic programs, right? And they somehow fall outside often of strategic plans. And there's good reason. It's because it's so hard to change academic programs. It's no surprise that they say it is easier to change the course of history than to change a single course in the history curriculum. But we had to address our academic structure. So on December 4th, we held another meeting, this time just with the faculty. And our goal was to move the university more to an interdisciplinary set of programs and away from the small siloed academic programs that are really not as enjoyable for students or profitable for students, but they're certainly very inefficient for the university. And by creating a more interdisciplinary university, we would free up faculty so that they could teach online to reach a different audience and to build our student body. And we also sought to integrate our gen ed programs into our larger majors as what I call the outer courtyard. You know, they don't have to be in the inner sanctum of these majors, but in the outer courtyard, serving them, particularly in education, where we're trying to unite the pedagogy and the content in preparation for future teachers. So at this meeting in December, we presented various options to achieve these objectives. and ask the faculty in the academic programs to come back to us in 2 weeks and to see whether they preferred any of those options or if they had other plans. And they did that. On December 18th, they presented back to us some of their ideas, some of them very valuable, others less so. But this past week, we then had a meeting with each of the academic programs. And I'm really pleased to report that we now have a framework to achieve these objectives. And virtually every academic program in the arts and sciences have a willingness to create an online program of some sort. Some of them, many of them interdisciplinary, many of them be concentrations in our professional studies program or certificates. So over the next month, we'll be working out the details and then a implementation plan. So even though we're not doing any groundbreaking in our athletic programs, we are doing some groundbreaking in our academic programs.
Thank you. President Rice.
Thank you. I'm calling this the holiday edition because I just want to highlight a couple of the things we're grateful for over the holidays. I mean, it's truly remarkable work done by the faculty and staff at the University of Maine at Presque Isle to see, a 50% growth semester over semester is truly wonderful. And again, that is only possible from the partnerships we have with individuals, both on the campus and with other institutions. Dr. Curran is just one example of somebody who's active both in our undergraduate program work in the Your Pace and also in the planned graduate program work. But aside from that, a couple of specific things over the holidays that kind of reflect the joy I think the campus felt geographically, located up in Aroostook County with just a tiny bit of snow during that period. We did have, for several years, almost 20 years, we've supported the foster children and the those adults that are under public conservatorship. We've had a gift drive, and this is a partnership with our institution and UMFK and NMCC, and we served over 300 individuals in need with gifts that were all donated by individuals at those three institutions. That's the highest number we've ever, that's the highest need there's ever been, and that's the highest number we've ever been able to support. That was truly a wonderful moment of those three institutions of higher education in Aroostook County coming together to support that. Right after, actually just before that, and I missed it because I was coming back potentially from a board meeting, the annual Presque Isle Light Parade occurred, and UMPI received first place in the general category for this hot air balloon themed float with the owl hootie in the middle of it, which was designed and engineered by the art faculty with students and with facilities staff individuals who all marched in the parade. That was just a wonderful moment there, and getting first place is always nice. At about the same time, our fine art program, I just want to give a shout out to them. They had a mini show for the holidays. 6 seniors that will be doing their senior show in May. It's the largest group of seniors we've had in 10 years. The program's at its largest group of a number of majors actually in 10 years. And that was just a wonderful show to highlight during the holidays, during the annual First Friday Art Walk that happens. And the last thing I want to mention, men's basketball won because just before Christmas, they beat University of Maine at Farmington, which was a nice gift for me personally, Joe. But also I really want to give a shout out to that group of young men. They're just remarkable. They're off to the best record in 30 years. They're even better. Their academic achievement is a 3.44 overall GPA. That's the highest GPA that group has ever had that we've been keeping track of. So just a wonderful group of young individuals just doing great work together. So that's what I'm thankful for
That's great. Thank you. And now President Edmondson.
I'll be brief because we had some time earlier today. But I do like to talk about the fact that a university degree and a university education is not just the sum of the courses that people take, but it's the other experiences that are part of the education we offer. And so you heard a little bit about that from the Career and Employment Hub earlier today. Our student affairs offices are also a really important part of the education our students receive. So I want to give you a sense of some of what happened over the fall semester. There were over 500 active engagement opportunities that our student affairs offices were involved with that served about 2,500 students throughout this fall semester. Those were done in partnership with some of our academic programs like Women and Gender Studies, the Provost's Office, but also with the Athletics Department, the Adult Student Success Center, Student Occupational Therapy Association, Student Government and Campus Activities Board, our libraries, the Micmac Nation, the Department of Geography and Anthropology, just to name a few. And so it really is a full court press as we think about the kinds of opportunities we provide our students, not just in our classrooms, but outside of them. Many of what our students engage are coming from the requests that they make. And so in the fall semester, we introduced the new Somali Djibouti Student Alliance as one of our new affinity groups. And again, that was driven by students and the requests from students. Counseling services had over 2,500 scheduled appointments in the fall semester. This was an 80% increase in appointments when we compared to fall of last year. And so I do want to give a shout out and thanks to the Chancellor and to Vice Chancellor Jeff St. John for the support that you're providing as we're trying to figure out ways to make sure we can increase and meet the demands of our students outside of the classroom as we think about counseling and mental health services. Another important group at the University of Southern Maine is the Recovery-Oriented Campus Center. And that group continues to offer ongoing programming for their All Recovery group. They have, and again, these were all driven by students. They have a group called Mindful Men. There's the Ferocious Freshmen. There's a Women of Color group and a group called Women Rock. Women of Color hosted the second annual Afrochella event on campus that had over 175 people in attendance. And they do ongoing work throughout the semester, including free community lunches, yoga, meditation sessions, and those are all very well attended. So I'm appreciative. That's a very lean staff in terms of staffing, and so much of the work happens because of the students and the organization that the students have. Just quickly, as we look forward to the spring semester, currently in January, there will be an art exhibit at the USM Art Gallery. If you're interested, it's called Life Forms, and they're focused on the word growth. And so this is an interdisciplinary look at what growth means from biological perspectives and other perspectives. In February, the theater department will be putting on the play The Birds, which is based on the Daphne du Maurier book and the film Alfred Hitchcock film. In April, there will be the Kate Cheney Chapel Center for Book Arts will have its book bazaar, which focuses on all things books, which resonates with me. There are people who put books together, book binding, paper making, but they're also authors and artists. And so anything that deals with books will be part of that bazaar. And then the theater department, in conjunction with the Osher School of Music and the dance program, will be putting on Little Women in April. And it's such an endearing performance and will be enjoyed by audiences of all ages. So please keep that one on your radar screen as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Always exciting. Let me suggest we take a 5-minute break before we go on to the next topic of the board policies. Can we please reconvene? Could everybody grab their seats, please? All right. We have moved on to a regular feature of our agenda, and that is the review of policies. And Trustee Alexander's been leading the subgroup and will present the policies that are up for final approval.
Thank you. We ready to go?
I think so.
Okay. Both policy 212, which is entitled Free Speech, Academic Freedom and Civility, and policy 214, which is entitled Institutional Authority on Political Matters, have been the subject of at least 5 or 6 months of internal and external discussion, along with our general counsel, Trustee Eames, Trustee Flood, and I have had discussions with the faculty representatives to the board, several meetings, in fact, and the student representatives to the board, and a group of students who raised concerns about policy 212 and 214 in some remarks to the board at the prior meeting. And as a result of that, you all saw a draft of these in November, and we have made a few minor suggested additional changes based on those conversations and the input that we had. So I wanted to bring those additional amendments to your attention so that you see the difference between the original red line versions we discussed in November and this, which is presented to you for final adoption. In 212, we had a number of comments raised to us about whether or not speaking about uncomfortable matters in a classroom or in an academic setting would allow someone to state that they are uncomfortable, that they personally are upset, and that they don't feel that that kind of discussion should occur. And when I talked about this with the students in particular, I pointed out the language involved, reasonably interpreted, and made the point that that has a judicial and legal history of not allowing an individual's subjective emotional state to control that decision. And in the course of the discussion, I indicated, well, what if we also added the word objectively? And I don't speak for all of the people who reviewed this, but the general implication of all the subsequent communications is that that language was very helpful to them in addressing their concern. And you will see that on the first page in the third item, number 3, intended or can be reasonably interpreted to objectively threaten or harass others or violate privacy or confidential. And you will see it in the last paragraph of that section where claims of the right to free speech do not justify speech that reasonably can be objectively interpreted as threatening the safety of other community members. And that's really an important factor that I think we were all comfortable in adopting those words to clarify that point. And then I'm going to describe a little bit of 214, and then I have one more word or comment to make, and then obviously others may want to speak. 214 is the document that the faculty brought to our attention over a year ago as containing what they viewed as a lot of potential bureaucratic oversight of their ability or anyone's ability employed by the university to speak out on public policy matters. The subgroup totally agreed with that concern. And as you see here, much of what the language of concern was, which, by the way, we found had never been actually implemented that we were aware of, but much of that language is now gone. And there is no change with respect to that issue. In the version you have here compared to the red line you saw in November. However, there is one additional change. In discussing the version of this with the faculty representatives, they were concerned about language that made it appear that they were under an obligation to make a disclosure that they did not represent the university in their attempts to engage in public policy on their own dime, as it were. And so we did add a phrase in the not only their concern, but their concern that it might impact others in the university system. We added some language that did not make it, well, does not require them to make this statement, but that is expected that they do so when their appearance on matters related to the system reflects a delegation of authority, and when it is expected that they will exercise their professional discretion in doing so. So the bottom line is we had a consensus approach on that policy, and it's not read, in our opinion, to require disclosure, but that we would expect most professionals to recognize the situation in which that disclosure would be appropriate and to provide it. One more thing to say, and that is that both of these documents are very high-level statements of the university system and the board's policies. It is expected and understood that each of the universities will implement their more detailed policies, time and place, what happens if someone wants to complain, what the process is, and to engage in training that would allow scenarios to be developed and discussed as triggering of these concerns and those which do not trigger these concerns. I will say that there is a uniform and consistent view that we encourage and have to have a safe environment to have uncomfortable discussions in an academic situation. And I think we've gone out of our way to make clear that academic freedom requires the ability to have uncomfortable discussions as long as it is done in a respectful way and done in a way that is not reasonably or objectively intending to threaten the safety of anyone in the room. I can give a number of examples in which I would feel that this policy would not allow someone to just complain because they didn't like what they heard. And I can give examples of situations in which the words were being used in a way that actually does allow someone to objectively feel threatened. Those are very difficult decisions and they will have to be handled at the discretion and professional oversight of our presidents and deans at the university system. Thank you.
Thank you. This is obviously a particularly important issue, given the times. And I really appreciate all the work and all the stakeholder input. But I want to make sure that people have an opportunity to comment before we formalize these. President McDonald.
Yes, I think I fully support Trustee Alexander's view, but I'm a little concerned about the end of 212 where we say that a student has a right to a safe environment, how that is interpreted. You know, we saw today during the public session of these controversial issues and how we want an education where students will learn to be able to speak civilly about controversial issues. So at the Muskie School, I taught a course on argumentation and advocacy where I'm trying to educate students to give them the skills to engage in these civil discussions. And then occasionally you get that student that says in a controversial matter, I need a safe environment and I can't discuss the other side of this. So I'm just wondering when we say has the right to a safe environment, is a student going to be able to use that to say that this is not a safe environment? Now, are we talking about a physically safe environment? Is it a physically safe environment, or is it up to interpretation as to what? So I fully agree with Trustee Alexander's interpretation of that, but I also could see where a student might say, hey, this is not a safe environment for me because I don't want to hear about the other side of an issue.
Yeah, and I think the question is, does the policy language, is everybody comfortable with Trustee Alexander's interpretation? And the same issue on the safety in the classroom. Objective is applied to some elements, but not to others. So I guess do others have comments?
It's really the end of that. I think that the objective language in the beginning is good. That was added. It's at the end where the very last paragraph that has the right to a safe environment.
Yeah.
But
And
let's finish the phrase. Even if he or she disagrees with, opposes, or even loathes the other's views.
okay.
I just think that handles the matter. I don't know of any university free speech policy that does not ensure safety for its students in the exercise of that policy. And the other amendments that we have added here clearly indicate that this is an evidentiary, objective matter and not a subjective, I just don't want to hear it matter. I think aren't we all comfortable with concluding that someone doesn't have the right to say that and then stop the conversation? They have the right to leave or to agree not to participate, but they don't have the right to stop the academic conversation. Don't we all agree with that? I certainly do.
I fully agree with you.
Okay.
I'm just concerned about how a student will look at that and may see something else.
I guess my question would be, I think the clarification of the phrase that follows is helpful. But what about the assurance of safety in classrooms and university buildings and programs? Could that be used as a articulation of I'm uncomfortable? President Softly?
So one of the things we're all grappling with here is the word safe has in recent years been used to describe safe spaces. We hear that a lot. And a safe space is a space where I can be, where I know that I'm not going to be presented with anything that makes me uncomfortable or re-traumatizes me or creates other problems. So that word safe on its own, a safe environment, sounds like and may sound to others like a safe space. I have a right to have a safe space in a classroom. The problem is the nomenclature. The problem is the use of that word over this period of time. And students absolutely have a right to have safety in the classroom so they do not feel threatened. And the language, I think the new language that has been added in the other places is excellent and makes that all clear. They have a right not to feel threatened personally. And the other pieces take care of that. But if you get to the point where a student says, I have a right to a safe environment, my worry is that that begins to blur with a safe space. And our job is actually to present new ideas. Some of those new ideas are going to be uncomfortable ideas. And we need to make sure our students learn actually how to hear those ideas, respond to them, create the arguments in response. And I know that is exactly what you're aiming for. My concern, similar to President McDonald, is that the phrase safe environment sounds very much like a safe space. And that makes the issue about how to create classes that challenge students to think about new things and to learn how to articulate the argument in opposition to those ideas that they disagree with. So it's just that last phrase. It's just the safe environment sounds like a safe space. And that's not what we're aiming for. We're aiming for to make sure that students don't feel threatened, but we need them to think with us about the important ideas that we're going to be presenting.
Chancellor?
So if I can ask, are you looking for modifying language such as reference to physical safety? Is that what you're?
The use of the word physical safety in that last phrase and the right to a physically safe environment deals with that problem completely. And then the other phrases, which I think are really well done, are fine.
Could I respond to that idea? Sure. Because I think that it's an easy solution, but I'm not sure that I think that we should do that. And here's why. And this is a legitimate concern being raised, don't get me wrong. But I can imagine a situation in which the class is discussing the situation in the Middle East as part of a history, of the Middle East. And if you're doing the history of Middle East, you're doing a lot of battles and wars, right? I mean, a lot of terrible things. So there could be people in the classroom for whom this is emotionally difficult to hear about people's justification for what certain events may or may not have happened in the Middle East or are happening now. And I think we'd all agree that in the context of the academic discussion, a student should not be able to shut down the discussion on the grounds that they do not feel safe. But what if in the back of the room, some yahoos are deciding they're going to use this opportunity to scream out or chant, the Jews will not replace us, right? They're deliberately expressing a view that I think we'd all agree would not suggest that physical harm is likely to happen, but it sure as heck would be an emotional trauma that I don't think the student in the classroom would have to endure. And I think that student would be able to complain to their university to have discipline imposed on the people who did that in their classroom. And that is why I'm very concerned about limiting this to physical safety.
But in that instance, you've covered harassment. Would that be harassment?
That's a more difficult legal predicate to justify. It might be harassment, but they would perhaps claim that it wasn't intended to be.
So that is also disruptive. And
Yes,
that
it
is
is.
one of the circumstances where faculty have every right to say, you may not do that here.
Right.
It doesn't seem to me to address the issue of safety in the classroom, but this is the issue. Reasonable people are going to disagree about the use of many of these words, but safe is a word that has been used in several other meanings recently, and that's why this keeps coming up for those of us who are working with faculty who need to be able to control their classrooms, but keep people talking about difficult and challenging issues.
Right.
So let me ask the board what because the suggestion is, could we add physical safety to that and solve the problem? Trustee Eames.
Thank you. I was on the committee with Barbara and with Pat, and this concern was brought to my attention yesterday. It was not brought up at the time that we had our discussions around this. So am I hearing a request to go back and have a further longer discussion as opposed to a vote today? What is actually the will? Because I think that that's sort of what is being asked of folks.
Yeah, I think the question is, would the board want to amend this to say physical safety or send it back to the committee at this point?
Or discuss it even further than
Or,
that.
yeah. Trustee Cates?
Start by saying thanks to Barbara and to Lisa and to Pat for all months and months of work on this. This safety issue, I was thinking back to this morning when I kept hearing the phrase from the river to the sea. But the problem these days is from the river to the sea means one thing to one group of people, and it means something very different to another group of people. It sounds like this word safe has taken on the same kind of dichotomy, that it depends on what kind of side you're on, what safe means. And I hadn't thought of this really before. I'm not sure, and I'm hearing from Lisa that the committee hadn't. And I'm kind of resistant to a group of 20 people wordsmithing a resolution around the table. So much as I know is going to displease my friend Trustee Alexander, I think perhaps the best thing is to refer it back to work these things out. And I have no chance at all that you're not going to do it. I'm sure you will do it, and you'll come back with something that'll be acceptable.
Trustee Baldacci.
Yes, I agree with Trustee Cates. I think after hearing, agreed. Thank you for your work on this. And I agree that it's not the best use of time or expertise to have it done in this forum, but I do think it is worth it to go back to the committee, taking into consideration the comments, because I agree with Dean Softly that I think it can mean something rather than agree or disagree, but a level of comfort that maybe is not the intent of what we're trying to do here. I think the intent is to continue with this free expression of thought, whether or not you agree with it or not, bringing up new ideas in a way that's open. But I think that that safe word can kind of allow a student to think of comfort versus not, rather than whether they agree or disagree.
Chancellor?
We're having this discussion at a time that state governments are having a discussion about not allowing America's history and slavery to be taught in a class because it would make children feel unsafe or could inflame their feelings. So I do think we really have to decide on what we're talking about, and the references to safety that the dean / president raised are ones that I'm aware of at the law school. I will verify the explanation that the dean has given. So I know perfectly well what Barbara's trying to establish, but I also know what language has become, how the interpretation of certain words has changed from when I was young. And I think that's the problem, is that the language has changed, and those of us who are a little bit older may not, like myself, may not recognize those changes. And so I think a little more time wrestling with this issue might not be the worst thing.
Can I suggest that, Professor Staples?
I wanted to express that this has been going on for a number of months, and Trustee Alexander, Ames, and Flood, we're really open to having faculty representatives speak to them and offer our input. And you know, you never leave this feeling like, oh, it's solved. Without any further comment in that regard, I do want to, on behalf of the faculty representatives, express our appreciation for the willingness of the trustees to hear our opinions and bring back reports from the Senate on their thoughts on this. So I just wanted to offer that on behalf of the representatives.
Thank you. Let me suggest that we amend the resolution to take out 212, send it back to the committee with a request that those who are concerned about this, President McDonald and Softly, and the trustees who commented could work with Trustee Alexander and the committee so that next meeting we'll have language that meets the worrisome issue of what is safety. And then, does that make sense? Everybody okay? That Trustee Alexander is willing to let us continue.
I can't stop it.
Well, I think, you know, important things were raised, and I think we can amend this and look at 214 unless people have comments on 214 or other comments. Trustee Flood.
I think that's fine. And I don't look at the fact that we need to go back and look at this again as any kind of failure at all. It seems like there's sometimes we give ourselves timelines and dates that makes us feel like, oh, we didn't get it done on time. This is something that's evolving, and it's going to continue to evolve, and it'll end up being a better product because we'll probably have some, as Chancellor said, maybe some younger, brighter, more studious people, you know, contribute to this. And it does look like tinkering, wordsmithing, but there's a lot of power in words. And this is one case where it's worth taking the time. And I think we'll have a good product when we're done.
Well, and to Professor Staples' point, I mean, clearly the work here is what provoked the discussion, and it's good that it did here rather than later when we have some kind of issue trying to interpret what we said. So let me thank again the committee for their work and everybody for their comments. And are you ready for the resolution? Which now reads that the Board of Trustees approves the final version of the edited Board Policy 214 as initially presented in redlined form at the November 2024 board meeting and provided at the January 25 board meeting materials in final form. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any further comment? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Let me move on. Before we jump into the Chancellor has a very, very robust presentation for us. And before we do that, let me just jump ahead to the honorary degree vote. We were presented, these obviously are confidential issues, but we were presented with a proposed honorary degree recipient for UMF. And I wonder if I could have a motion to accept the resolution to approve the University of Maine System 2025 honorary degree. Moved by Trustee Martin, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any comments? All those in favor? Great. And the next issue was Board of Visitors. Similarly, we heard some Board of Visitors appointments from the University of Maine. And the proposed text is that the Board of Trustees confirms the Board of Visitors appointments for 25-28 as presented. Could I have a motion? Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any comments? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Abstentions? Motions pass. And I think we're going to push lunch until 12:30 so that we can at least begin, is that right? Begin the chancellor's presentation.
So it's great to be with all of you, and yesterday's discussions as well as today's, I think, have been very good. I do want to begin my comments by thanking the governor for including in her budget really groundbreaking news for us with respect to a percentage increase as well as other financial concerns being addressed. I want to thank Ryan Lowe and Trish Riley in that presentation. This didn't happen because of a single meeting. It happened because of a series of meetings over the last few years. We've been able to demonstrate the impacts of labor negotiations for state government workers, of which our employees are also working for the state. The impacts of inflation that we have experienced as well. And so I just want to say that this was an extraordinarily good Friday when we heard the governor's message. Now, that does not mean we're home by any stretch of the imagination. There are great fiscal challenges that have to be undertaken by the legislature and the governor working together. But we've never had a start in the discussion, at least while I've been here, with the kind of recommendation coming from the governor that that is included in her recommendations. And so I do very much, as well as reference to, by the way, our capital needs as well. So this is, sometimes we need news to celebrate. This is a particular piece of news that we should be celebrating and be thankful for. And then I know Ryan and myself and trustees will be hard at work, and the folks representing our labor will be hard at work to try to encourage the legislature in dealing with the significant challenges they have to make sure that we come out relatively whole. And that's one of the things that I wanted to speak to. And you may be called upon in the coming weeks and months by members of the legislature or representatives of the governor to speak to these issues. And I think we should be prepared to attest to what the governor has at least put on the table initially for us. So that's one thing I absolutely wanted to speak to. I want to go back to this Thor presentation we have, and so I'm kind of very happy, obviously, with the progress that's being made. But it is, I believe, a start of a change in the system where the system will allow itself to get outside of the boundaries that were formed many years ago by having individual institutions. Somehow that grew into a reluctance to work together. We are making extraordinary progress in our system in working together. You see that in the meetings that we have with the vice chancellors and the presidents. You see it in the presentations that we're making. You certainly see it in the Thor presentation that we've had. We've had other successes over the last few years as well, including agreements on how to split revenue between universities who are in fact cooperating, something that would have been thought impossible to do just a few years ago. I would also say that it's not just the work that you as trustees are doing or we as an administration is doing. It also is been brought about by other outside forces, such as the Alfond Foundation that has funded so much of these this early start and given us a higher concentration on the success of the student, regardless of what university they actually go to or is their primary university. So I think sometimes we forget to celebrate the successes that we have. We certainly celebrated Thor, but it is representative of change that is now occurring at a more rapid pace than at any time in this system's history. And so I thought I should remind everybody. And if you have other great ideas, give them to us so that we can explore those as well. I want to thank the vice chancellors and the presidents again for what really is a collegial organization that we have, and let's use that term. It's not that we're always going to agree. We don't. But we always find a way to work through issues, particularly when we put the interests of our students first. And we're doing that more and more often than ever before, as far as I can see in the history of the system. I also I want to reflect on other successes that we've had, and clearly we continue to enjoy strong numbers as compared to what we would have otherwise produced in our enrollment report. So I'm going to stop here for a moment, turn it over to Jeff to talk about those successes and those challenges that we continue to have. But we're in the midst of a pretty good year.
I'm happy to be sharing some strong news with the trustees about spring 2025 and also our summer and fall 2025, how we're looking as of today. For the spring semester, our head count is up overall across the system 6.6% as compared to last spring. Credit hours are up 5.3% as compared to last spring. And one of the trustees asked me last night, Trustee Cates, I have come through for you, to get those same percentages with your pace accounted for separately. So if we strip out our your pace programming at UMPI, the rest of the University of Maine system headcount is still up 2.3%, and credit hours are up just a hair under 2%. So we're seeing really strong growth at all of our universities, including our your pace programming at Presque Isle. Our undergraduate headcount is up 5.9% year over year. That's an increase of just under 1,000 students up from spring of 2024. Our entering undergraduate transfers total 843 as of this past Wednesday. That's an increase of 340 students. That's a 67.6% increase year over year, spring 24 to spring 25. Transfers from the Maine Community College system are up 163. That's up 71 students, or a 77.2% jump spring to spring. Those numbers in particular are due in part to the transfer agreement signed between Chancellor Malloy and President Digler at the end of July, and all the work being done to begin actively recruiting students from the Maine Community College system under an appropriate set of conditions and circumstances into a program in our system for which they qualify, and support them with advising and other supports along the way. Also, the incredible amount of work the presidents have done at their universities to update, renew, and grow articulation agreements to help provide pathways into direct programs to their universities. And also, I would say, improved communication. Chancellor said this a couple of times, and it's true. We're communicating more effectively and frequently with our partners in the Maine Community College system than I think we have in a long time, including now having a standing transfer activity committee that meets on a regular basis, bringing their staff together with our staff to just problem solve, troubleshoot, and make sure things are going well. Graduate headcount is up 9.2% over last year, spring to spring. And if I forget the law school, I'll be in trouble with President Softly. So I will also say that law school headcount is up 5.2% over last spring. Graduate credit hours are up 8.7%. Law credit hours are up 7.5%. And I would note, all the presidents know this, I think probably everyone knows this, in the fall semester, you're fighting to keep the students who've just enrolled in the spring semester. Will be growing enrollment really through add drop because, of course, you have students who are returning, not coming for the first time. You have transfers who are coming for the first time and intend to be wherever they are transferring to. And you also have graduate students who are historically, notably, and understandably sometimes late in enrolling for their courses. And so we'll see a pickup in both headcount and especially in credit hours, modest, but it will be an increase between now and the end of add drop. That is spring 2025. Summer and fall applications, summer and fall are up 1.5% over the same time last year. That's relatively modest growth, but it's explained by the significant leap we had from the previous year. So summer, fall 23 to summer, fall 24, we had a sharp increase in applications. So what our enrollment managers are out there doing right now is trying to replicate the good work they did in the prior year, and they're on track, just slightly above that as of right now. Admits summer, fall are up 4.1% from last year as of right now. And active matriculated students for summer, fall are down slightly, 4.4% as compared to the previous year. This is really represents anything from where universities are in their processing of admitted students and matriculated students to where the calendar falls in relation to the two holidays, the major holidays over the recent period. But we are roughly on pace with where we were last year for active matriculated students. Those are all the students who've said they intend to come and haven't said they don't intend to come, which is a funny definition, but that's the way our IR group likes to describe that population. Direct admitted students are up 19% for summer, fall 2025. I do think that after this current cycle, we will put together a report, probably for ASA in the summer or fall, to show the impact of our direct admit program after just 2 years of operation. It's substantially broadened our base of students that we're reaching in Maine high schools, and it has increased our yield in demonstrable ways. So we look for more to share some more good news about that when we have 2 full years of data to share with you. I think the last thing I would say at this point is we have a group of enrollment managers, admissions counselors, provosts, presidents at all of our universities. Everyone seems to be rowing in the same direction and doing really good work. We have, again, a very strong spring, and we are looking forward to a strong summer and fall. I don't have any ominous news to share with you on the enrollment front, and I'm happy to be saying that.
Which is particularly important given the ominous news about demographics.
And Chair Riley, Chancellor, would you like me to share the one other update that you had? Sure. Yeah, okay. So thank you. So no, this won't come as a surprise to really anyone in the room. We've been having a series of discussions over the last several months with faculty, with presidents, provosts, vice chancellors, the chancellor, the trustees, students about 90 credit degree programs, sometimes referred to as applied bachelor's degree programs. And I got a phone call right before the holidays from a faculty member at one of our universities who's very interested in proposing developing a 90 credit degree program, who said, look, I want to do this. My colleagues and I are ready to go. Do I have your permission? And I said, no, you don't. I don't make those decisions. I answer to a chancellor and also confer with the presidents and the vice chancellors, and the chancellor and the presidents and vice chancellors. In turn, we are responsive and reporting to the board of trustees. So there are quite a few people who would have to say, we're ready to be supporting this before we could move forward with this venture. And the person paused and said, okay, so you're saying you need a day. At any rate, I'm pleased to say that with the trustees' support and following that series of discussions over the last several months, we are prepared to begin work on the development and delivery of a small targeted set of programs, just 5 academic programs total across our entire system, to be proposed for delivery as 90 credit degree programs. The process for doing this is involved and extensive, but on the academic side, it follows our regular established process for developing new undergraduate programs. There'll be no deviation from that process. As for the other pieces, it requires that your board of trustees say that they're supportive of you pursuing this, and we've had that good conversation and agreement with them. We also need to achieve formal confirmation with our state's Department of Education that we are proceeding in this manner, and we think that we're on a good path for that. And then our regional accreditor, our creditor for our universities and actually our system as a whole, NECHI, the New England Board of Higher Education, New England Commission of Higher Education, will need to approve those 5 programs. I want to say in particular for our faculty representatives and for our students, the best feature of all of this from my perspective, and Professor Mitchell's heard me say this before, is that NECHI is not granting general approval for these programs. If you want to deliver these programs, you have to bring them forward no more than 5 programs for an initial request. And so far, the universities that have done so in Rhode Island and New Hampshire and Massachusetts and elsewhere have brought forward no more than 5 programs. So what we'll be looking to do in the course of the spring semester, working with interested, willing faculty and their chairs, directors, deans, provosts, presidents, is from across our university system to find a total of 5 programs that we could develop as 90 credit degree programs, bring them forward through our regular established curricular process. And then when ready and appropriate to do so, seek an audience with NECHI, with our accreditor, to seek approval from them for the delivery of those programs. There are 3 reasons why we're doing this, and I've shared these reasons previously with, I think, probably everyone in the room as well, but I'll say it again. Access for our students, trying to provide access for, in particular, adult learners for whom these programs will be expressly developed and targeted. We're looking to support adult degree completers who are seeking to come back after some time away with some credits in most cases, but no credential of value, who want to complete a degree. So we are not looking to undo or change what's being done for our traditional age, full-time, first-time undergraduate students coming into their programs, but rather trying to support adult degree completers by offering access for them. Affordability for them is another consideration as well. And then finally, and I was encouraged by several parties last night to make this point today, and I'm happy to do it. And everyone, again, is aware of this as well. We are competing every day for students. We compete for students. If you want to drive now through southern Massachusetts and Rhode Island, you will see billboards proudly announcing newly developed and approved 90 credit programs by universities in those 2 states and elsewhere in New England as well. And as the chancellor has, I think, rightly said a couple of times now, while we don't need to be the first university in New England to be considering these kinds of programs, we don't want to be the last either. So we are seeking this approval, this process leading toward approval, working again with interested faculty through the regular process. And I guess the last thing I would say is that faculty and students and everyone can expect communication about this to be frequent and transparent throughout the spring and summer and beyond, and regular updates from various parties, including me, to keep everyone apprised of what's happening.
If I could join that conversation just for 1 minute, Jeff, what I would say is our concentration on returning students. And when I say returning students, we're talking about millions of them across the country, and in excess of 100,000 potentially in our state. Our experiment with making grants to universities along programs at all of our universities, funding programs to specifically target that audience at a higher number, did in fact produce a large increase in those folks joining us. And to have other tools that might open the possibility to additional individuals living within Maine or outside of Maine who have a history of having completed courses, who now want to turn that into a degree, having an extra tool to help do that, I think would be an exciting possibility for us. You know, there's a great difference between a 17 and an 18-year-old and a 35 or 45-year-old, and they have different challenges, and this is one way to potentially invite those people back on terms that they would find acceptable.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Alexander?
I am pleased to hear about the development and will look forward to reviewing the specifics when they come to the various committees prior to the board approval of a program. I would just emphasize that the reason why I think this is a good idea are the guardrails that you have described and that the chancellor has emphasized. I think it's very important not to create any expectation that the traditional 120-degree programs are somehow going to be turned into a quickie 90-degree and that they are somehow the same, or that one could do one and get the same result as the other. So I am very interested in the guardrails, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to be nimble and target an audience that would increase our ability to attract tuition and students to our campuses. Thank you.
And with the particular focus on adults who have some credit hours and not full. That's great. Okay. She took my summary away. So thank you very, anything else for the Vice Chancellor? Great, thank you.
That's a lot. But again, I want to return, I want to turn to Ryan Lowe and the fantastic people who work with him on budgets and making sure that we're living within our means. And I want to single that Vice Chancellor out and that team of people who have great challenges before us with respect to our developing a budget, but have done outstanding work for a long, long time, and they deserve a lot of credit. And again, some of that credit should be associated with the news that the governor gave us on Friday. So with that, that would complete my report. I'm happy to answer any individual questions if there are any.
Questions for the Chancellor? Hearing none. Why don't we break for lunch as quickly as we can? It must be 12:15. Oh, it is. But of course, it must be 11:15 because we still haven't done transform. Sure.
I know that I did miss something I wanted to address. We have a labor settlement that's on the agenda for later in the day. I have to say that we're very proud of our ability to have settled most of our outstanding contracts and have done it in a relatively timely way. And I want to thank Vice Chancellor Dorsey and as well as Ryan for really extraordinary leadership in this context. And again, I think that news, coupled with at least the beginning of the budget's process with the governor, predicts well for us going out into the future, if it all holds together.
It's a process. So thank you very much. We are, behind schedule, but I want to make sure, and we have a very, very rich agenda ahead of us, lots of information. So let's try to take a half-hour lunch, no more, and be back here by 1:50. But I think we'll bring lunch in here, but be back ready to go at 1:50. It's close enough to, can we reconvene, please? Are we at, where are we? We are at the Vice Chancellor's. We're at you, right, Kellen? Okay. Can we reconvene? Can we reconvene? Who closes?
They run to get their last minute.
Okay, we're moving. I would remind the board that we still have an executive session to continue the work at the conclusion of this meeting. So I don't want to give short shrift to any of the important information we're about to hear. There's a lot of stuff, substantive stuff, but I want to remind everybody that we do have a exec session. Oh, and John Moore has joined us by Zoom. Great.
Hello.
Welcome, John, wherever
Thank you.
you are. Vice Chancellor Dorsey.
President Freeney Mundy, would you like to join me? Thank you. So the first topic for my update today is about UMS Transforms, the initiative that I believe many of you are familiar with, the incredible $320 million investment from the Harold Alfond Foundation. And while President Freeney Mundy and I are co-PIs of this initiative, there are numerous faculty and staff from across the system who are leading or are engaged in this work every day. So while it is the two of us that are here giving this presentation, there are so many people that are involved in the work that we're about to talk to you about. And while as I said, many of you are familiar with the work. In talking with President Freeney Mundy, we thought about the fact that we have new trustees, new student and faculty representatives joining us at various times, and it would be perhaps a good time to do a quick reminder, but also for us, a refresh of what this initiative is all about and the goals and things that we would like to see happen as we move into 2025. So we felt that this is a timely update. Also, as a bit of a side note, tomorrow, as part of Chancellor's Council, the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and Presidents will be meeting for a half-day mini retreat. And this topic is one of the topics that is on our agenda, really looking at, where we are so far in this initiative, and then how we might be able to allow universities to access the funds and the initiatives more freely, and what programming they have at their individual universities that would be a good fit for some of these funds. So in addition to today's update, we will be working with the presidents tomorrow to go into a bit of a deeper dive on this work. So, and I was not at all nervous about the slides till my very dear friend Clyde today was struggling. So now I'm like, okay, can I work this? Oh, you did it. Thank you. So this first slide, we will both acknowledge that these slides, a couple of them are very word heavy and have a lot of information in them. But what we really wanted to do was give a quick sort of a place where you could go get the basic information and have some detail that will bring us up to speed. We don't plan to present each of the slides to you and go over them in detail, but some of them have some information we wanted to highlight specifically. So this first slide really just gives an area of the four main focus areas of UMS Transforms. So you can see with student success and retention, Maine College of Engineering and Computing, the Maine Center, and UMaine Athletics. So President Freeney Mundy will go into a bit more detail on each of these in just a moment, but these are the four focus areas of the work. And the first, which I think they're all incredibly important, but the first one, the title just really doesn't do it justice, because student success and retention is incredibly important, but there is so much built into that one particular pillar. We talk about student success, retention, tutoring, mentoring, pathways to careers, internships, the presentation that the University of Southern Maine folks did this morning about what they're doing with their students and their career pathways. All of that folds up into this. So there is so much more in that particular pillar than you might imagine from, excuse me, just the title. So, and as I said, President Freeney Mundy will go into more detail about where we're at with that. But the second is the Maine College of Engineering and Computing. And again, we're so proud of the work here and the way that we have been able to strengthen the academic offerings throughout multi-campus collaborations. It's bringing people together, programming that has existed at different universities, looking at how we can combine those efforts. Much work has been done on the engineering side, moving more into the computing side as we move forward. Again, I don't want to move in too much into what she's going to say, but some really exciting work there and new collaborations being formed. The main center, which is located at 300 4th Street, not far from here. It's the home of Maine Law, also the MBA program. You'll hear more about that from Seth Goodall when President Freeney Monday concludes her piece. So we'll get to hear an update on what they're doing at that facility. And then the final pillar is UMaine Athletics, which again, funds to be able to work on infrastructure and really support the growth of the D1 athletics at UMaine specifically. So some really incredible areas of focus and work that has been completed and much more on the horizon. So this is one of those slides where there are a lot of words, kind of busy, not quite sure, but it was so important because I'd like to thank UMS Transforms Project Director Grace Garland, who we were talking one day in a meeting and we just said there is so much in the strategic plan that overlaps with the goals and what we're trying to do with UMS Transforms. So could we have some sort of a visual that maps those out? Here's the pillars for Transforms, and here is what we're trying to do in the strategic plan. So this is a stab at that, but again, this is one of these that it gives you some information, but certainly not anything that I would brag as best practice in slide development. So the next slide is where we really get into the details of these 4 pillars. And at this time, I will turn it over to President Freeney Monday to give the update.
Thank you, Carolyn. And so we go from a kind of busy slide to a really over the top busy slide. So you can look at it and you have it in your materials, but we're really grateful for the chance to update you a bit on this exciting initiative. I'll just remind you a little bit about the parameters. It began in 2021. It's an extraordinary gift from the Harold Alfond Foundation. And it aligns so well with where the system is going, with where we're trying to take the system. It's helping to drive some of that work. It's a foundation for that work. And so all of these pieces really do fit together. And we're now at a point in the project where all 4 parts are up and running with different activities happening across them, so that we're delighted to be able to report to you. Started in 2021. The budget actually runs out until 2034. The $320 million investment coming from the Alfond Foundation didn't all come in one shot. It's coming over many years with a very carefully monitored cash flow plan. And so those dollars are coming in. And just to give you an idea that the way this schedule has been set up, we would get to the point of hitting $100 million coming in by 2029. So in a sense, it's not exactly front loaded. The dollars are spread over the years, but the work is starting and the conceptualization is starting, and the match that is required has been underway as well. So it's complicated. It's got lots of interesting moving parts, but most fundamentally, it really aligns with the directions of this system. And as I say, it's helping to take them forward. So this table has everything you could possibly want to know. I'll just quickly, though, something that's not on there, and Grace, we can put it on the next one, but it will just make it more busy, so that's okay. Just to get a sense of scale, the dollars attached from the Alfond Foundation to student success and retention, that's $20 million. The Maine College of Engineering and Computing, that is $75 million, and that includes facilities, capital investment. The Maine Center, $55 million. And then UMaine Athletics was bumped up recently to $170 million. So these are extraordinary investments. I'm also not going to say much more about athletics. That is a separate University of Maine investment, which we're happy to talk about at whatever point. But let's focus a little bit now on the 3 to the left, which are the 3 system-wide initiatives, all meant to affect the entire set of universities as well as the law school over that long period of the project, right? 2034, I think I said. So we have a kind of immediate term set of activities, and then the much longer view of how this will be, how this will eventually be institutionalized as we make these things happen. I'm going to say a bit more about student success and retention, and happy to introduce UMaine Provost John Vollen, who is here, and also UMFK President Deb Hedin, who is around, I think, too. And to say that those two individuals are co-leads on this piece of the project for the entire system. And what's exciting about the student success and retention idea is that it includes, it has three very specific strategies that we chose at the beginning of the project in consultation with our funder, and made a very research-based case really for why these three ideas would actually together bring us into new territory for student retention, student engagement, student sense of belonging. And those three areas you see listed here. So within SSR, and we have our acronyms like everybody, we've got the RLEs, the GTS, and the PTC pieces, okay? All of it in play right now in big ways across the entire system. You probably heard the most about the research learning experiences, which really I do think for this system could become a signature over time in the way that it's possible for every first-year student, that this would be the goal, every first-year student can engage in an authentic research learning experience in their first semester. If we could get there, we would be unique among systems across the country. And I think we're well on our way, really. So right now, this works as essentially 1-credit course sections. It's available at all of our universities. There are 112 course sections in place, an enrollment of 1,454 students. You can see it there. That has been growing. And there are a number of research studies underway to look at the impact of this. And what we have found is that student morale and sense of belonging are increasing. And that's very predictive of the fall-to-fall retention that Jeff St. John spoke to you about earlier. It's a piece of what makes this happen. And we're working on a new funding model there. Gateways to Success, that is the focus on what some have called in the past the killer courses. I'm sad to say that sometimes mathematics courses are listed among them, but there are others. And so we took a look across the system to understand which the worst of these were for students who were getting Ds, Fs, or withdrawing or just leaving. We wanted to know the courses that were the most problematic, settled on those, and then put out a call across the system for ideas about how to improve those courses with the intention of improving the teaching and learning so that students could meet with more success in courses that actually could be true gateways to their longer-term career aspirations. And so that is happening system-wide as well. That came on board as a system-wide activity in 2023. There are 239 sections of gateways courses now that are a part of this experiment to improve what we're doing and affecting 6,000 students. In academic year 24-25, which we are in now, we are investing about $1 million across the system to support proposals that have come in from across the system for how to improve these courses. Everything from let's rethink curriculum to let's do more with our main learning assistants and peer-to-peer instruction with undergraduates, and a variety of other solutions coming from the literature about how to help students be successful early on. And then pathways to careers, and this morning's USM presentation was a terrific opening for this. This is about system-wide staying very attentive to the workforce needs across the state, and then collaborating across our system in what have been identified as 14 key economic sectors where we know there are both state needs and also opportunities for students to pursue careers. And so in this year alone, we spent about $400,000 system-wide in grants to students to increase their access to internships. This part of the project has a coordinated activity that is coming out of the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan dollars, which is called the Rural Careers Pathways and the Rural Career Pathways Center. That was what it was called originally. I didn't say much about the fact that this this program requires a match. And so already much of the activity that you're hearing about has some matching dollars coming from other sources to accelerate the work. So this is all happening underneath student success and retention. Here's a lot more detail if you'd care to look, and that's in your materials if you'd look to know more about what's going on specifically in these areas with performance analyses of different kinds. As I said, a lot of data collection and a lot of study of impact on students. The Maine College of Engineering and Computing, so part two of the program, is focused on statewide improvement really of the preparation of and the numbers in the workforce for the state of Maine in areas that span the engineering fields and the computing fields. And so this is something where we're very much tied to what the state is already looking to do, which is to have enough workers in these areas to address all of the issues that we face in the state, from crumbling infrastructure to a variety of advanced manufacturing kinds of needs, and to all of the data analytics and computing needs that our companies tell us are highest priority for them. A lot has been happening in MCEC over the last 3 years as well, including a strong partnership between the University of Maine and the University of Southern Maine to be sure that our engineering programs are complementary as well as coordinated and working together. And I haven't had a chance to tell President Edmondson, but I gave a guest lecture in an RLE, okay, remember that from the previous section, a research learning experience being taught by the MCEC Dean, Giovanna Guidoboni. And I did a little guest lecture in mathematics in that course, and the chair of the Department of Engineering at USM, Carlos Luke, was there, and we had a great exchange over a math problem. So there's interaction happening in all kinds of ways at all kinds of levels. It wasn't a lecture, actually. I should correct myself. It was an activity. But anyhow, enrollment is up 17% system-wide increase from 2021 to 2023 in engineering and in computing. We are working very hard to increase those numbers with some extra investment in recruitment activity around these fields. A 30% increase in UMaine PhD students just over the last year. This is very important for us in engineering to serve the state well and for a variety of other reasons. Several new programs have been introduced and those numbers are coming up. This is a great activity that models how the system can try to serve the needs of the state as we come to understand the emerging needs. There's much more to tell you about it. Very exciting. And then the Green Engineering and Materials Lab, which is the expansion of the Advanced Structures and Composites Center at UMaine, had its groundbreaking this past fall. It has some funding out of this program, but that will be another site for student learning and opportunity to participate in the workforce. So as Carolyn mentioned, the engineering pieces of this are coming along. The computing pieces, with great leadership by Joe Zakis at the University of Maine at Augusta and others in computing across the whole system, that's coming together as well, so that all of this will start to have a coherence over the coming years up until 2034 to start to really make a difference for the state. Won't say much about athletics. It's very exciting for us at the University of Maine. We broke ground on the hockey project in March. That's an expected completion this fall. It's coming along really well, and you see more news about that. And again, the intention under the leadership of our athletic director, Jude Killey, is to make this a system-wide and statewide asset. All of these spaces will be possible sites for everything from robotics competitions to large convenings to high school championships and more. So we are doing everything we can to stay in touch with all of the right stakeholders around the state as we go forward with this. And here's more detail and the plans if you'd care to see what that's looking like. But we're very, very grateful to the Harold Alfond Foundation. In the match that is occurring for so much of this project, I do need to recognize the congressionally directed spending and the great support and leadership we've had from our congressional delegation across all of these areas, great input and impact on what they're doing as well. With that, we'll turn to the main center, which is the third piece of the system-wide part of this project. And today you'll get a bit more of a presentation, a longer look at this piece that will be presented by Seth Goodall, who is the director of the
We want to stop and
main
for
center.
questions before we
Sure.
get to the specifics. It might be a good idea, since I had one.
You had one. Okay, Chair.
I appreciate the complexity of the funding. It sounds like we've met the match in everything except the center where we still have work to do. Is that right? No?
So we're working with the Alfond Foundation always on how we articulate what the match is.
Yep.
But we have great numbers for engineering because of all of the capital investment that's coming from outside. But in other parts of the project, we still are looking to reach the numbers that are required. The match is by section of the
Right,
project.
I know.
So in many ways, we're overmatched.
Yeah, but in the
Because of the
wrong
big
bucket,
engineering, but
right.
then to line it up within each section is,
Right.
it's an ongoing project and we have a number of years to work
And
on that.
didn't Alpha, did Alpha, did they set a goal for engineers, the number of engineers that by the end of the, will be producing? Am I remembering that?
I think, so every single piece of this project has a long list of benchmarks and metrics that we work on every year, and we report back out to the Alphons in the spring of that year, and Grace can probably help with this specific question, but I do know there were metrics for increases that we wanted to have
Yeah.
every year in the engineering enrollments. I don't know that we set a final target number.
Well, that's, I mean, it would just be, maybe when they do the spring report to share that with the board would be
Sure,
helpful.
sure,
So
yeah.
do we, the complexity of I'm worried about contingent liabilities. This is an
Mm.
extraordinary gift from
Mhm.
extraordinary. I mean, what we're able to do is phenomenal. But in 2034,
Mhm.
we have to think about how to continue that, obviously. But
Sure.
do we assume that there's Alpha money for, say, RLE all the way through 34? Is every piece of this project funded through 34?
Not, it happens in different ways as time goes on, right? And so one thing to point out is that with all three parts of the project, there is expectation of increased enrollment. I mean, these are meant to increase retention, increase the numbers
Right,
of students choosing the university, increase our capacity to seek external funding in areas that we haven't been able to do it yet, because we haven't had enough either students or faculty or combinations of that. And so all of it is about building into our system new ways of doing business that ultimately will need to be supported and continued by the system when it makes sense. And for parts of this, there may be experiments here that get done. For example, the gateways work. I would anticipate, and I'll look to Provost Vollen, who might wish to chime in, but I would anticipate that really good work will get done there. And we'll spend the money to get that started. But then ultimately, universities will decide if they wish to continue that work on their own, and they may not need additional funding anymore if curricula get revised or if practices with teaching assistants. So it sort of almost goes piece by piece as we think about what gets sustained, what will need continuing funding versus what is actually going to then be built in to our day-to-day work as a changed way of doing work, and how do the enhanced enrollments help with all of it. I think I would also just add that the previous Alfond funding that came for the main center to get us started and that began the MBA program, that was always built in a way that was intended to become self-sustaining. And so all of us who have any kind of staffing built into these programs have fairly rigid expectations about the planning for how that comes on to ENG over time.
Yeah.
And that is happening. It happened with the MBA leadership. There was a dean that was supported by the Alphons. The university has absorbed that. Same with MCEC. So it varies by part of the project, by what we're doing, but it's very much on our minds to have this infusion change the way we do business in such ways that it can continue.
Yeah, I think this is great. I just think at some point in the future, we ought to look at those metrics and just see where we are with them. But this is terrific.
And we renegotiate them a little bit. I guess I should say that, it's a long project, 12 years, a lot of years, and a lot can change. And so it's very wonderful to work with this funder where we are able every year to take a look at what's coming and what's next and shift it.
It's terrific. Trustee McMahon.
Just a quick question, John. On the research learning experience, we've got a 4.5% higher B grade. Is that because RLEs are attracting high school graduates with a higher GPA? Or is there something in the RLE that's propelling learning within the system?
So I'm going to turn to the provost to see if he has any specific data on that question. I do know that we have had some studies where we've looked across different subgroups of students, and these are having impact across all of those groups, if I'm correct, John. Yeah. The other thing about them is that because it's an experiential learning kind of model in the RLE, and because of many other factors, strong faculty involvement in some kind of a problem or activity that faculty member is deeply excited about, the opportunity to engage in true inquiry, which may be something that is really bringing out the talents of students who might not otherwise appear to be quite as strong based on GPA or high school experience. In other words, I think it is democratizing the opportunity to show where good learning can happen for students that may not necessarily always come out at the top of the class on traditional metrics, because it is so very hands-on and so very engaging. Hard to tease all of that apart. John, anything to add to that?
Great question. And it certainly are always the gateways to success has shown a lot. Gateways to success has been part of it as well. We also have identified our students that have up to, we know the 4 pre-enrollment risk factors that our students have when they come, and so we've done a lot of focus on that as well. So the overall GPA that we saw increase had a lot to do with programs that we've done for students that have these pre-enrollment risk factors. We saw a 12% increase in retention for those students that had 3 or more this last year.
That's great. That's great. So, Seth? And I'm not sure how to get to yours. Someone else will move that. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, trustees, and thank you, President Freeney-Mundy and Vice Chancellor Dorsey. I am going to seek to pull forward slides. I'm not sure who I'm supposed to be looking. Here we go. Excellent.
Clyde's feeling better.
I want to start by just saying first, and really building off what the chancellor was saying earlier, it's really about working together at the Main Center. We heard so many great stories, great anecdotes and reality about all the progress that's happening across the system and unification and just success. And that's really what is at the heart of the Main Center. It is a long game. And we're so fortunate to have a steering committee of the presidents of Freeney-Mundy, Softly, as well as Edmondson, to really help shape this work. Because at the heart of it is really bringing together interdisciplinary solutions, and it's more than just the building. I was here in September and I gave a rather lengthy overview, and today I'm going to be a bit shorter and really hit some of our highlights over the last year, but also talk about where we're going in the future. Importantly, I just want to reflect on 2024, the calendar year, all the operational efficiencies that we were able to put into place and really take off the plate of the law school, and really want to thank President Softly for all the work, really launching the Main Center in terms of operationally and within the building at 304th Street. We really increased our leadership development programs in the Alphon Ambassador Program by making that sustainable now for more than 10 years. In addition to that, we've launched the building project, as well as really looking at how do we strengthen our educational opportunities through our graduate programs. The Muskie School of Public Service offers 4 minors that can contribute to the MBA. The law school is growing and doing great work in the compliance area. You're going to hear me speak about executive education. That's one of many examples. We're launching a business law clinic. So the work is really starting to build, and we're really excited about where we're going to head. The Main Center is focused on 4 key areas. It's really supporting the interdisciplinary graduate education across law, business, policy, as well as engineering and computing. We heard the successes of where these programs are going earlier today and throughout all these meetings over the years. We really want to be part of that, not only in terms of providing a great venue, but how do you help provide funding as well as really innovative approaches to support graduate education in these areas. Building off that support, we are looking to launch a really tailored suite of executive education and professional development offerings, really focused on the needs of Maine's industry, as well as programming that can help future leaders, those C-suite aspiring executives, to grow their own careers as well. In addition to that, especially with the opening of the new space, really become known as a hub of entrepreneurship and innovation right here in the commercial center of the state of Maine in Portland. We're really excited about what we're launching, and we set the groundwork in place, and we'll soon be launching a venture studio, which we're really excited about in that space. And that new entrepreneurship innovation space, thanks to the leadership of the whole Maine congressional delegation, but with particularly like to thank Senator Collins. We received the $2.4 million CDS, Congressional Directed Spending, that President Freeney-Mundy and her team led last year, and that will help us build out that space. Lastly, we really want to leverage the opportunity to be known as a center of convening, bring together all of our assets across the University of Maine system to really work on some interdisciplinary solutions, not only in the building, but also across the entire system. You think about the challenges in the state, the opportunities around affordable housing, around AI, around climate adaptation. Who better to do that than the University of Maine system with our community and other partners in the industry, bringing people together and convening. Trustee Riley, I will answer some of your questions that you just asked President Freeney Monday.
I know they weren't a surprise.
Thanks to the generosity of the Harriet L. Fawn Foundation, we received $55 million as part of UMS Transforms. We have a $50 million match. We are well on our way. We are ahead of pace. We have a $50 million commitment by 2032. We have raised to date $28.2 million, but we do have more dollars to raise. As part of the $55 million, it breaks out into 4 buckets: $40 million for the facilities at 300 4th Street and 7 Custom House, $5 million for building additional faculty expertise across business law and policy. And we're fortunate we put into place last calendar year a strategy to hire 2 new faculty and/or staff in business law and policy. And those positions, all but one, I believe, all but one are actually in process of hiring. One is in seat and one is left to be determined how we're going to approach that in the Graduate School of Business. We are launching scholarships and expanding our programming, specifically under the Alphon Ambassadors. You heard me reference, we made that program sustainable for more than 10 years now, where we're offering scholarships to business law policy as well as engineering and computing graduate students. Engineering and computing was new last year. 2-year program, along with a full, robust leadership development program, thanks to the leadership of the dean, executive dean of the Graduate School of Business and the Maine Business School, Jason Harkins. And we're very pleased that we were able to expand that. And in November, we actually had a 2-day retreat at the Samoset with those students, and it was very rewarding. And we look to kind of build that even into the executive ed space in the future. Lastly, but not least, we want to make sure that we leverage the $5 million for expanding programming. This could be to support additional academic offerings. It could be to even do some marketing and branding, as well as exec ed and other programming, and even around entrepreneurship. So we're really excited about that. Trustee Riley, specifically in honing in a little bit on 2 points. One, in the main center, UMS Transform Match, we have 2 subcategories. Specifically, we need to raise $30 million for the facilities, 300 4th Street and 7 Custom House. To date, we have raised 20.5 million of that. We have 9.5 million more to go there. Second, we have $20 million match for programming at large, and we have raised 7.7, and 2 million of that needs to be specifically for scholarships for main center programs, really honed in on interdisciplinary offerings, really helping those graduate students. When it comes to that cliff effect, the contingent liabilities, for example, the faculties, we have structured that so there'll be funding for 3 years. It'll give the runway for each underlying university to address the cliff effect at the end of 3 years. And that's what the $5 million is going towards for those positions I referenced earlier. In addition to that, the cliff effect around some of the programming, you heard me reference the Alphon Ambassadors. We were able to restructure that program. That program was actually going to had a forecast of about 3 to 4 years. We've been able to restructure it out to 10. But we'll also do fundraising to support scholarship and other internship opportunities that are related to the scholarship and Alphon Ambassador programming. So that's kind of the thinking, Trustee Riley, that we're approaching that with, because we really want to be thoughtful and transparent. In September, I spoke a little bit about the building, of course. In addition to that, I also spoke about some of our entrepreneurship and innovation programming that we are launching. Today, I want to speak a little bit about executive education and professional development. I really enjoyed the presentation earlier about the workforce success and programming here at University of Southern Maine. And there were some other comments about other good things that are happening across the system, which is fantastic. We are focused on a very tailored approach to the aspiring C-suite leaders really invested in Maine and companies as well as in the public domain. And how do we provide offerings to those individuals, sometimes in partnerships with corporations and others to really kind of curate certain programming, but at the same time, really develop a system that's efficient to deliver. And in that, there'll be there'll be certificate of completion. This is a very robust growing area. If you actually look and do some research across the country, this space has really morphed from that executive MBA into these certificate of completion type offerings. They're growing almost at a 10% compound annual growth across higher ed in the US and globally. And we find this as an opportunity not only to bring in some revenue, but really be responsive to Maine industry as well as regionally. In addition to that, we really want to leverage the assets across the University of Maine system. We have such wonderful and talented faculty and staff. And so we really want to leverage what's in place. I'll give you an example. You think about the great success of the MBA program. It's grown to 400 students. They have all this asynchronous online content. The law school is working on certain programming as well as Muskie. You can actually repackage some of that as well as make that a hybrid approach where you bring in executives into the Maine Center for multi-day and really have a robust offering that's responsive. And you can do that quite quickly and efficiently. AI is an example of how the world is moving so quickly. It came onto the scene quite well known in roughly, I think it was December of 2022. In the future, we'll be well positioned to react much quicker to these things and offer this type of programming to those senior executives in that space. We have really five key areas that we're looking at. One is leadership development for executive ed. You heard me reference Professor Harkins, Dean of the Graduate School, and as well as the Maine Business School. We want to leverage that work that he's doing there. AI, specifically the business applications of it, we want to start there. How do you help not only small businesses and institutions and corporate and leaders really build in their knowledge base? In addition to that, finance for non-finance managers, something that is terribly, terribly important. I know as a trained lawyer, this is an area that I had to learn a lot about, especially when I went into banking. It's a space that we can support our really successful nonprofits as well as other leaders in this state. Another one is really sustainability and environment. This space is something that is really strong for us as a system, but also extremely important in all leaders in terms of how do you adapt to the changing world, especially from a sustainability standpoint. And lastly, but not least, compliance, risk, and governance. You heard me mention earlier the law school. This is an area that they've really excelled at under the leadership of Professor of Practice Andy Kaufman. He has a really robust program, compliance offering that's a certificate of completion. That's an example where we can partner with that success and hopefully take it even a step further into the future. That's a little bit of a snapshot of where we're going. We're still building this, but we really look forward to launching it in a much more public way in the coming months ahead. Lastly, a building update is real quick. The concept design is done. We want to thank the so many stakeholders that participated in that process. First and foremost. Number two, we are in the process of bringing on a construction manager at risk firm to manage the project. We hope to be under construction in a phased approach starting in June. We'll likely be back in front of you for the appropriate approvals. And then it'll be a multi-phase project that will last probably 1 to 3 years. Depending on our approach that we finalize in the coming months. In 2025, this calendar year, we have 4 main areas of focus. One is to really accelerate the development of our programs, launching programs at different phases and or putting the strategy in place to launch them next year on a certain courses. In addition to that, we're working very closely with Blaze Partners. They're our marketing firm that we've been doing a lot of work with, really to increase the branding and recognition of the Maine Center in the coming months ahead. Lastly, yes, we'll be leading the building renovation project. That takes a lot of time, but it's very, very important. And then fundraise, of course, because you heard me speak earlier about the need to make sure we receive all the funds to hit those match targets that we have in place. So that's a snapshot of what we're doing. Happy to answer any questions, but we're really excited about where we're headed. And we know that this coming year or two will be a much more public year for the Maine Center. I think a lot of the recognition, rightly so, has gone to the underlying universities because we're kind of now trying to really raise what the overall Maine Center is and have it more part of the dialogue and have impact across the state and regionally.
Thanks. Questions? Trustee McMahon.
Seth, a very interesting presentation. On the executive education, you talk about a target audience of professionals on a leadership track. Can you quantify the number of people there in that target?
We'd have to define.
I I guess I'm interested in what the size of your audience is.
Sure.
Is it 1,000? Is it 10,000? What's the size of the audience that you're targeting?
Trustee, it's going to be stepped at first. Let me answer it this way. For example, we are launching the second cohort of our leadership development program, Build a Better Maine, this spring. That's a cohort of roughly 10 companies across the state of Maine. We're going to keep adding courses as we go. You know, if you're looking across the state of Maine, unfortunately, we don't have that many publicly traded companies, that many large corporations that would typically invest in these programs. Yeah, that's why we want to make sure we have a regional approach too. So I don't want to say a specific number, but we are definitely looking at smaller cohorts of courses. Therefore, you know, you really have to work with the large corporate partners as well as institutions. And, you know, in Maine itself, there are not a lot of those that typically invest in these programs. So that's why we're going to have a much further reach in just the state of Maine.
Have you given thought to linking with the Maine Development Foundation? Does a Maine leadership program with about 30 graduates every year. Been doing that for about 25 years.
Yeah. We will be partnering with organizations like that, and Yellow Light Green does a great job there. And there's many other examples as well.
Other questions? Trustee Cates.
Thanks. We take, again, the building sale takes place, is it 25 or 26?
We have the right
Purchase.
to buy the buildings in 26, one in the spring, one in the fall.
Right. So once those are complete, I mean, maybe this is longer term, but and maybe you're already working with Ryan on this, but there's going to be certain additional building costs that we're going to take on in our budget. And no hurry to know what those are, but it would be good at some point to be able to get those figures and start to plan for them.
Absolutely. We have a whole P&L pro forma we could walk you through, and I know you've seen different versions of that in the past, Trustee. It's important to note too that we have revenue coming in once we purchase the building.
Right.
Not only from the commercial tenants, but also common area maintenance once you become the owner. And then we're working with the underlying universities and partners as well. So there is expenses, but also revenue as well.
And I know we've seen some stuff on it. Maybe if just on a 1 or 2 page summary, we could get a little better handle on that. I didn't mean to throw that at you this
No,
afternoon.
it's budget season, so I could talk numbers right now if you wanted to, but I know you don't have time.
Thanks.
Right.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that point and to the one that you raised earlier. We are starting to roll in these out year costs into our multi-year financial analysis. So I know at Jones campus, for instance, Kelly's already started factoring in what are these costs that are going to come in 28 and 29, and we're doing the same thing at the system level. So happy to talk about that at any time.
If I can just join this conversation real quick, I would remind everyone that we were facing building a new law school, which had an estimate of about $85 million. So I think we have to do that for finance planning in the long run, but I don't think we should forget what we avoided as well at the same time. So I think they go hand in hand, but clearly we need to have develop longer term plans and cost per year. I absolutely agree, but just remember that.
I think we all remember we're getting a tremendous.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. And back to Carolyn for collective bargaining update.
Yes, I just have one quick but very important item. In your board materials, there was an outline of the collective bargaining agreement for AFM, which is the Associated Faculties of the University of Maine, our full-time faculty union. We have reached an agreement with them, and I'm here to request the board approve the chancellor to continue the approval process of that agreement.
Any questions before we go to the resolution? Good news that the Board of Trustees authorizes the chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the Associated Faculties of the University of Maine upon notice that the agreement has been ratified. Could I have a motion? Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone that assisted with the bargaining process.
Thank you for all your work and your team. It's now lunch break. Oh, no. We're ready for our the report from the Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration and the Treasurer's report. Cha-ching.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of items this afternoon. Talk just briefly about investment update. I want to talk a little bit about budget timing. And then I have 6 tabs in my section, which are going to go to 4 different presidents. So just warning you, if you're one of those presidents, to be ready. So let me start with investment income. The managed investment pool with a market value of 383 million to close in November saw a gain of 2.5% for the month, 5.5% ahead fiscal year to date. Our investment advisor estimates that the MIP lost 2.5% for the month of December based on the index return. That's the trend you're going to see. We had a really difficult December, and so I'm going to give you all positive news and then say, but caution. The pension fund with a November market value of 17.8 million also saw a gain for the month of 2%. It is up 4.2% for the year. For the month of December, we estimate a loss of 2.1%. And then finally, the operating fund with the November market value of 293 million saw a gain of 0.9% for the month, 3.3% up fiscal year to date. That equates to year-to-date returns of 8.2 million. That is 5.8 million over our annual budget of 2.5 million. Although, as in the other funds, I'll note that we lost 0.7% for the month of December. So fingers crossed for the next several months. This, I constantly talk about how volatile this is. You can see that if you have the A sheet in front of you, you can see the information in there year to year. Going to move next to the budget timeline. I think this will be the first trustee meeting or the last trustee meeting for quite some time where we don't have some focus on budget. I won't say that that the window is starting because, as you know, this is fully a year-long process. Our campuses have been deep in this for a long time. We've just in the last few days really wrapped up a lot of the work that they do in developing the FY25 budget. Our next steps are next month on the 24th, 25th, and 26th in Orono and Portland. We'll hold some internal kind of our first meetings with the chancellor and leadership team with the campuses, understand those budgets a little bit more. We'll do that in late February. March 19th, we will be at the FFT committee meeting. If you've not been through that is a full day, really, really long meeting. I think as Barbara described it yesterday. But a full day of each campus presenting their budgets in detail. Then on April 16th, we will have a committee, the equivalent of a committee work session. So those of you with legislative backgrounds know that process. So this will be where we come forward and answer any questions that you might have. We'll come forward with some additional presentations of materials that have come up since the budget presentations. The last two official meetings of the budget approval process will be April 30th. We'll be back at FFT for our third crack at the budget for the FFT committee. That would typically be the window, the meeting where the committee would vote on the 25 budget, and then we bring it to the full board on May the 19th. So I think I'm going to defer to the FFT chair for just a second. I know I was going to make some comments about the March meeting, and then I'll go on.
Thanks, Ryan. So I just wanted to encourage everybody to perhaps try to come virtually, at least, to our March and April meetings with respect to the budget or the non-FFT folks. We're going to get to presenting this on April 30th, and we're getting closer to 700 million than 600 million now in our budget. It's a tremendous amount of material. So the more you can learn about it before we actually have to start voting on it, the better. And FFT is very, very open to all board members coming, even if you're not committee members, to participating, to asking questions. So to the extent that your schedules allow you to attend either the March and or April 16th meeting, we would love to have you there. the more input we get as a board, the better. So that we'll be in a position come April 30th to really hone in on getting this done. Thanks.
Excellent. Extend the same message to faculty and staff across the system. Those will be on YouTube for the tens of you listening online right now. Really encourage you to take advantage of that opportunity, either while we're doing it or following up after the fact. Those are my two reports, Madam Chair. I know we have some individual tabs with the campuses, but happy to answer questions on the two items that I talked about.
Any questions? And Ryan, just thank you. We know that this is an incredible process, and those of us who've been around for a bit know that it now runs like clockwork, and the comparability of data across campuses is so vastly improved. It really makes the review that much easier. So thank you.
Sure. It's a little bit off topic, but just I think we all know this, but just to give a shout out to Ryan for his incredible work on getting where we are with the governor's budget. Ryan used to hold the job of chief financial officer for the state of Maine and is intimately familiar with all that. And it works very, very much to our advantage, and his knowledge and his relationships. And I think it's fair to say that the chancellor certainly worked incredibly hard on this as well. But it's hard to imagine we'd be in the same position we are today if we didn't have Ryan in his spot.
It's yeah, it's super easy with the great team that we have and with Sam's leadership, and we just add my thanks as the chancellor and the chair said to the governor. I know it's a really difficult budget, and would have been great if we would have got everything we asked for, but you know, I had a smile on my face at the end of the day when the budget rolled out, and I've been in a different position when those budgets have rolled out before, so I'm super happy about that. Really
Ryan
appreciate
is
the
still
support.
trying to figure out how to do the whole budget in AI, but hasn't quite got it
Next
yet.
year.
Any other questions for Ryan before we move on? Okay.
Thank you.
So we are going to President Edmondson on the art building.
Yes, thank you, Chair Riley. And I want to extend a thanks to the trustees who joined us yesterday for a tour of the art department building on the Gorham campus. And so we are requesting a funding up to $2 million to have a pre-development agreement for design services with Great Falls Construction that would allow us to build a new art building up to, it would be between 23 and 25,000 square feet on the Gorham campus. Currently, the art department is in the basement of Roby Andrews Hall. We have examined every possible space where we could relocate the art department, but because that facility has heavy arts, there are kilns, there's sculpture, there are a number of things happening in that space. There's no other adequate facility for us to move those programs. In addition to that, we need to have space where there's good ventilation and other kinds of aspects that allow for those arts to happen in a very good way. I will say that the art department programs have done a remarkable job in the spaces that we have, but have outgrown the space. We have photography classes that are now limited in size because there's not enough space for the photography classes. The same with a number of other programs where they're very limited. Our art enrollments have grown by 46% over the past 2 years. We've had over 300 applications to our art programs this year alone. And so we are really looking to be able to grow and expand. And the space that they're in currently in the Roby Andrews Hall is just not adequate for us to be able to do that. We are excited to keep the arts programs on the Gorham campus. There will be some arts programming here at the Center for Book Arts in the new Crew Center for Arts and some studio spaces there, but it is the heavy arts and the work that's happening in the basement of Roby Andrews Hall now that we really are looking to move and to keep on the Gorham campus.
Great, thank you. And 46% increase in enrollment, even in poor facilities, is quite striking.
Yeah.
Questions for the president? Seeing none, the resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Southern Maine to expend up to $2 million for a pre-development agreement for design services with Great Falls Construction for the construction of a new art building on the Gorham campus. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Eames, seconded by Trustee Micho. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? And Trustee Moore, we need to have you say,
Yes.
thank you. It passes unanimously. We now move on to the modernization of the Witter Farm at the University of Maine.
Thank you, Chair Riley. Before you, we have a request for an increased authorization for this project to go from what you've previously authorized at 2.6 million to 3.5 million, which is an increase of $900,000. This is the ongoing modernization of the Witter Farm project, which has been underway now for almost 3 years, where we began with the elements of it include purchasing a robotic milking system, demolishing the dairy barn, and other spaces, the sheep shed, the sheep barn, renovating the existing horse barn, and constructing, as I mentioned, the new facility. Because of unforeseen cost increases, we are requesting this authorization to spend more. Those are internal University of Maine funds from various sources, and we appreciate your attention to the issue.
Any questions? That means we won't have any more sheep. I love the sheep barn. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to increase spending from 2.6 to 3.5 million for the construction of a new modern robotic dairy facility, renovate 2 existing barns, demolish 4 existing barns located on the J. Franklin Witter Teaching and Research Center in Old Town. Moved by Trustee Kane, seconded by Trustee Michaud. Any comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? I'm going to ask what? John?
Yes.
And thank you. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Moving us to keeping with UMaine, the land donation to the University of Maine.
Thank you. We are requesting your approval to receive a parcel of land, which is coming to us as a donation. It's adjacent to the Witter Farm property and the University of Maine's bike path in Old Town. It's lot 27C via, as I say, a donation. Undeveloped at this point, could possibly be a small parking lot to access the bike path system. It includes multiple paths through Old Town and Orono. Nancy Nolet would like to donate 0.46 acres adjacent to this bike path, and we request your approval to receive it.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and approves the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to accept the donation of a parcel of land of 0.46 acres from Nancy Nolet adjacent to the Witter property and the university's bike path identified on Old Town, Maine tax map lot 27C Hilliard Street. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. We now move to President Rice, the dental lab construction and furnishing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know, as this board is aware, the University of Maine at Presque Isle received $750,000 in congressionally directed spending for the engineering, design, renovation, construction, and delivery of a dental assistance program at the University of Maine at Presque Isle, which is in partnership with our great friends, the University of Maine at Augusta, that maintains that program. So this would extend the program into Aroostook County to meet very pressing dental needs in the county that have been well documented. The cost of the program, due to the instruction costs and the engineering costs, as well as the purposing of the materials for the actual delivery of the program, grew substantially from the time that we received the CDS. And so we are requesting $1,050,000 authorization to increase the budget, which would come out of our own reserves to see the program to fruition next year.
Great. Thank you. Questions for President Rice? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine at Presque Isle to increase the dental lab project by $1,050,000 using reserve funds. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. Any conversation? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. Tab 13, Bangor Hall disposal. President Cushman.
Yes, thank you. We request approval to declare Bangor Hall on the UMA Bangor campus as surplus to the university's needs and to authorize its disposal through a commercial realtor. This disposal aligns with UMA's strategic plan to reduce the campus square footage by over 11,000 square feet. It cuts down on operational costs like cleaning, heating, and maintenance. It avoids deferred maintenance costs of over 1.5 million and achieves energy and fiscal efficiencies. Demolition of the building, which was built in 1955, was deemed financially unfeasible due to high costs associated with asbestos mitigation and potential underground tunnels. Because the building is too expensive to demolish or remediate, selling Bangor Hall would avoid significant renovation costs and provide funds for critical updates to more functional campus facilities. Proceeds from the sale would fund strategic campus initiatives and student support similar to the 2023 Bangor land sale.
Great, thank you. Any questions for President Cushman? Seeing none. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine Augusta to sell Bangor Hall at fair market value with all final terms and conditions subject to review and approval of the University of Maine system treasurer and general counsel. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous again. Tab 14, sticking with UMA, building acquisition request.
Yes, thank you. We request authorization to purchase a building adjacent to our Augusta campus at 125 Community Drive in front of the Civic Center. We've been adding academic programs and student life activities, and UMA plans to use the new space for administrative functions to free up space in the Randall Student Center in the center of our campus for our growing student life activities and academic programs. It's a highly visible location. Capital reserves would fund the purchase, and current tenants can be maintained for a time to help fund the debt.
Any questions? President Cushman. Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine Augusta to purchase the 14,350 square foot commercial building at 125 Community Drive in Augusta with all final terms and conditions subject to review and approval of the University of Maine system treasurer and general counsel. Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. And now I've lost my place. Joan, we've finished with our resolutions. Yes, sorry. We now hear from the Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation.
Thank you. This is the annual Maine Economic Improvement Fund report. This is a report that we send on to the legislature at this time of year, and so we also bring it forward to you at this time. I want to thank Sam Warren and Jake Ward, who've been a part of preparing this report for us. And we'll just go through it quite quickly. You have a hard copy at your chair as well as a copy in your book if you'd like to look at the details. For those who are not thoroughly familiar with the Maine Economic Improvement Fund, this is a really important part of the appropriation that comes to the University of Maine system each year. And it is in statute here, and you get a little bit of a sense of the language. Basically, this was launched in 1998 as the result of a lobbying effort, really, by a group of research faculty at the University of Maine who were interested in seeing the state begin to invest intentionally in R&D that would be useful and helpful to the state. So this is very focused on R&D, product innovation, and it's meant to give us basic investment so that we can then gain bigger funding from outside sources. And it's been in place, as you see, since 1998. It plays a very important role in the state over those years. It has been used in all of the ways that you see here, focusing on solving the problems of the state of Maine and discovering new solutions to challenges that come across through the state. And some of the specific kinds of activities that have happened as a result of this investment, which comes to our universities, have included extraordinary success in obtaining external grants and contracts on the basis of essentially the seed funding that comes through MEIF to expand R&D activity in Maine's 7 sectors, and I'll speak to the sectors in a moment. It is also helping us attract and retain world-class researchers and students and staff to support this R&D work. And you see other kinds of examples about how it's been helpful in the state. Here's a little bit of history about the appropriation, just all in one place for us to have. And you see that it has grown considerably since 1998. The top graph shows the current levels, at the levels at any point in time. And I want to point out to you that it was flat at 17.35 million for several years. And then again, thanks to the great leadership of the Chancellor Ryan Lowe, Sam Warren, in 2023 and in 22 and 23, I think, we saw an increase of a total of 4.5 million in that flat funded budget. So we're very excited. It is up at 21.85 million now. Very grateful to Governor Mills and the legislature, as well as our delegation, who helps us greatly through the CDS process, which can supplement and support and amplify the MEIF investment. So I'd like to highlight what has gone on in MEIF in 2024, and you can read a lot more detail in the report and in your materials. This is a reminder of the 7 sectors. These are in state statute for the Maine Technology Institute, actually. And so being mindful of the fact that the MEIF dollars are meant to advance us as a state in these very broad areas, advanced technologies for forestry and agriculture, composite materials technologies, and so forth. I would like to point out in particular information technology, kind of an old term in some ways, but it is still a place where there's a booming need in the state for increased investment in order to serve all of the areas that we have relative to data analytics and beyond. So these areas have been sustained for all of those years as the key sectors in which we are to invest. And the real idea is that we're to be addressing these metrics. These are board-determined metrics. So we're about increasing research capacity and activity, supporting new technologies, licensing and commercialization. So that happens through partnership in our universities, increasing the partnerships for economic development, and then supporting the R&D workforce. So the development of those who will be the leaders in these fields over years. And annually, we report to the legislature. We are very excited about having this opportunity through the state to expand what's done across our system in R&D. A couple of data points that are quite striking. First of all, the return on investment is excellent, 6.45 to 1. The leveraging that goes on with the MEIF investment that occurs in our system institutions, and then the external dollars that are brought in as a result of those folks who are working on those MEIF-based funds. And that's all meant to be commercially promising R&D. The idea is to help the economy of the state. Currently, the state of Maine spends about 1.1% of its GDP on R&D, and that's well below the national average, which is 3.6%, and even the regional averages, although, of course, Massachusetts always skews the regional averages for us. But Maine is low in terms of the state's investment in R&D spending, and so we're really grateful as these investments increase and folks recognize the long-term impact that that can have on the economy of the state. This report today focuses on the 3 areas of product innovation. So there we have Maine companies that are interested in improving their products, serving new audiences, perhaps making changes in their processes. And we have several examples of these mentioned in the report, but Compotech and Maine Grains are 2 that I would point to, who partner with us at the University of Maine or the University of Southern Maine or other universities to really explore ways through the University of Maine system R&D enterprise that they can actually learn and partner so that they're able to expand what they are able to do locally in their companies. Job creation is a major focus as well, and these partnership opportunities do lead to those kinds of expansions. And then finally, expanding markets so that businesses can continue to grow their clientele. The report focuses on a few voices of success, and in a minute, you're going to actually get to talk to one of our partners, but I'll just point out Orange Bike Brewing Company has had great support for growth and increase in their work. Brodus Blueberries, they believe their farm will survive. So this is an incredibly important way that investment by the state through our system is now making a difference for companies across the state, and we'll hold on Brandt and Cochrane for a minute. The partnerships are across multiple areas and of different types. And so back to the product development idea, we have examples of UMaine food scientists who are figuring out how to help turn food waste into value-added consumer products. We have technical support where our engineers are modernizing equipment and creating new systems and new robotic approaches sometimes to production processes customized to meet the needs and hopes and interests of the companies in Maine. And then UMS wide, we have interns who are contributing to business growth, and we heard a little bit about that in the USM presentation this morning. So it's an incredibly important investment for us all. Oops. In addition to the funds that are apportioned to the University of Maine and the University of Southern Maine, a pot of this funding is made available to small campuses across the system. And we've experienced good growth in recent years of ideas coming from the small campuses to be able to expend those funds in a way that is system-wide. And so here you see a little bit about the funding that happened in 2024 with projects at Fort Kent, Augusta, Umpqua, Machias, and Farmington, all in the various 7 sectors. And so there's a competition that is held separately where there's a way to propose ideas, and the small campuses receive some of this funding as well. Great span of topics, quite important for the state of Maine. Oops. And then finally, the future of Maine's R&D. We continue, of course, to hope to grow these kinds of dollars to a national average that is to closer to this national average. And R&D investment comes not only, of course, from the state, but from the private sector, and then what universities include in their own investments and so forth. So getting to those numbers for a state like Maine, which has no federal labs, is challenging, but it's really quite important, I think, for the health of the state. Always interested in expanding partnerships, cultivating talent. And here I'll tie this back to our UMS Transforms work. But all of the RLE and Gateways to Success and Pathways to Careers and MCEC activity and the center activity, all about cultivating more talent for the state of Maine relevant to the problems that we face here. So these are important investments. With that, I'm going to to turn to the more interesting part of this presentation and introduce you to one of those small businesses that is featured in the report and is on this slide. Mark Ferguson is the founder and president of Branton Cochran, which has partnered with the UMaine Advanced Manufacturing Center, so John Belding's group, to revive the traditional craft of axe making in Maine. Those at AMC who've had the pleasure of working with Mark and his team have noted that the company's commitment to collaboration, technology, and student engagement is terrific. So I'd like to invite Mark to say a bit about his family business and their experience in partnering with UMaine. Mark.
It's told to bring props.
Get out of the way.
And maybe we can use it for the budget discussion later. That's probably a touchy subject. Thanks, President Mundy, for that introduction. And thanks to everyone here at the University of Maine System, the Advanced Manufacturing Center, and the Manufacturing Extension Partnership for helping us grow our small family business. What is our business? We forge heirloom quality Maine wedge pattern axes in our small shop over in South Portland, right over by Bug Lake Park. Why did we do something like that? In 2014, my brother's godson was going to go to forestry school, and my brother could not find a good Maine-made, let alone American-made axe. And so starting an axe business in Maine in 2015 made perfect sense to us, at least after a few drams of single malt scotch. As the Pine Tree State used to be one of the largest edge tool manufacturing centers in the country. Most of that was centered up around Oakland. In 2020, Field and Stream magazine recognized our axes, actually this one here, which we call the Allagash Cruiser, as one of the 4 best axes being made in the world. Wholesale orders started coming in. People like Filson, Kittery Trading Post, some others, and demand for our axes quickly outstripped supply. In the fall 2022, we found ourselves with a 20-week backlog of orders. So we really had 2 choices. One, we could have leaned into the bespoke part of our business and just looked at a 20-week backlog as a feature and not a bug. The other, but that would have left us dependent on really specialized blacksmith and a very small group of people that could have made these axes. Another option was simply to grow, and that's what we decided to do. So we looked around for a book called How to Expand an Axe Business. There really wasn't any book like that we could find. We'd earlier visited the Advanced Manufacturing Center in Orono as part of a Maine Outdoor Brands tour, and we were justifiably awed by the lasers, the giant 3D printers, and train car-sized machines. But we thought, how can they help us? We're not making rocket parts out of kelp. We're making caveman tools. We're simple makers. We don't have engineers, metallurgists, or trained machinists on staff, but we knew AMC did. So on a flyer, we contacted MEP, and lo and behold, they took us on. Our project started in the fall 2022 with Forrest Wentworth at the AMC as our project manager. With the help of Forrest, the students, and the AMC team, project discipline was quickly imposed. We documented our existing process, its pluses and minuses, identified the secret sauce that made our axes so attractive, and made sure that whatever new process was imposed did not detract from that. We 3D printed axe patterns so dies for hydraulic presses could be built in CAD. No more designing dies literally on the back of napkins and expensive trial and error. We bought a 120-ton hydraulic press, which is more than twice the size of our existing ones, and we designed new dies to reduce the number of steps it takes to form an axe head. We investigated and then bought an induction forge to heat our steel billets. The induction forge is electric, and it's safer than our old propane forges because there's no off-gassing. It doesn't create a lot of heat in the summer. And it also heats up these steel billets. Propane forge takes about 15 minutes to get to forging temperature. This is about 2 minutes, which is why it was $75,000. Finally, we introduced more precise gauges and jigs into our process to improve quality control. In the spring of 2024, we installed all this new machinery. This past holiday season, that 22-week backlog had decreased to 8. Our production increased by 50%, and we actually had an inventory of axes to sell at Christmas for the first time ever. We are now working with Forrest and the AMC team on bringing axe handle making back to Maine. We're currently 3D printing axe handles to make patterns to put into a duplicating lathe that we're rebuilding. It's 125 years old. What we preach to our maker community is that AMC does small. Every project does not have to involve AI or lasers or have a multi-year project plan. It can be a small project for a small company that has a big impact. And it certainly worked for us. So please continue to build on these programs, expand outreach to the Maine maker community with the message that you don't have to be a multi-million-dollar company with a grant writer on staff to access the vast expertise at UME, and accept the thanks of your friendly local axe maker.
Right.
Thank you, Mark. And do we have a moment for questions? And there may be questions for our guest.
I hope there are. Trustee Kane.
I'm not really sure this is a question. I think this is very cool. I just wanted to say thank you. I also think this is one of the most important pieces of state spending that happens in our state. I think it was one of the coolest things that ever happened in the late 90s. And it's even cooler that it has kept going and been stewarded through, as that chart showed, economic ups and downs, very difficult. Even in the toughest economic times for the state, we were able to hold MEIF. And then thankfully, this governor has made improvements to it, and it's really, really exciting. And this is just an awesome story. So I already pulled up your website, and I'm trying to think who I need to buy an axe for. So thank you very much. Two axes? Okay, maybe two. I'm on it. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? John, I'm sorry, Trustee Moore.
I saw him at the Common Ground Fair, and I gave one for Christmas this year, so it's a great product. Thank you.
Hey, that's great. Last year we heard about the Maine russet, and this year we heard about the axe. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you to Sam.
Great. Thank you very much. Oh, my goodness, we're up to the consent agenda. We are now at the consent agenda.
Thank you. And I would like to move for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda items, the acceptance of minutes, and the items as forwarded from the December 18th, 2025 FFT Committee, as well as the December 16th ASA Committee. And the consent agenda items are tabs 16 through 20 in the meeting materials. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carried.
Trustee Moore?
Trustee Moore.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, with that, our next board meeting, there's plenty of meetings in between, but our next board meeting is March 9th and 10th. But our work is not done. Could I have a motion for the Board of Trustees to go into executive session under provisions of 1 MRSA Section 405-6A to discuss the evaluation of personnel and consideration and discussion of appointments, employment, and duties. 1 MRSA Section 405-6C to discuss the condition, acquisition, or disposition of real property or economic development if premature disclosure of that information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of UMS. And 1 MRSA Section 405-6E to consult with its attorney concerning legal rights and duties of the university. Moved by Trustee Martin and seconded by Trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? John? Trustee Moore?
Yes.
Great, and that's great. So the executive session is in the next room. So the sooner we all move into the next room, the better. And I want to thank everybody for being here and all our participants for an incredibly robust agenda. Thank you. Yes.